Good evening, everyone. This is the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting of June 7th. It is 6:25. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty and delayed in getting started. We started the meeting at 5:30, and we learned there that the meeting was properly warned from Patrick. So we have an interesting bit of procedure to do first. I would like to make a motion to add an item to the agenda. This is a power that the board has under 1 VSA 312 D3, section D3B, D3A, which allows for any additional, I'm reading from the statute, any addition to or deletion from the agenda shall be made as the first act of business at the meeting. So this is the very first thing that we're doing at the public meeting. So what I'm proposing is we had a letter that a notice of violation of the Title I VSA 313 and 314 that was delivered to us on, I believe, Friday of last week. And we'd like to add it to the agenda. Now, I asked myself the question, can the board just add anything to the agenda, the day of? That seems like a pretty too open of a power. And so we looked to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns to provide us with some clarity as to how to utilize this. And they make it very clear that they don't believe that the language under 1 VSA 312 D3A allows a public body free rein to add something to the agenda, and that should only be done after a warned meeting if the item that we're adding is time sensitive and was unexpected. So the letter that we received on Friday has a statutory requirement for a response within 10 days. And so we consider it important that we respond to it as timely as possible. And we ensured that the author of the letter was notified in advance so that he would be able to and let people know that we would be discussing it tonight. And so with that in mind, I'm going to make if there's any questions from the board on that. And I'm going to look to Bob to see if I introduced that sufficiently.
That's correct, and it's the timeliness of it. Had you been able to warn the agenda, so if this came in Wednesday and you were putting the agenda out Thursday or Friday, well, then you would have added it at that point. But since it came in after that and there's that 10-day limitation in which to respond, that's the reason why it's being done as a first order of business today.
Thank you very much, Bob. So my motion is that we amend the agenda to add an item to the end of the agenda to consider and make possible action on the letter that we received from Mr. Oesser on Friday. I want to just give one other bit of justification for the item, where the item is going to go on the agenda. In consideration, we have a bit of precedent right now on the board where if we pull an item from the consent agenda, it moves to the very end. And that's so we can maintain the integrity of what was warned as the agenda in its in the items and where they are. And so I feel that to maintain that precedent, it would make sense that we put this item at the end of the agenda to maintain the integrity of the agenda itself. So with that said, I guess I'll reiterate that motion. So I move that we consider the Oesser letter, the violation of 1 VSA 313 and 314, and potential responses for an agenda item to be placed at the end of the agenda. Any further discussion? Yes.
Dick DeGray, listening to your speech on where it fits in tonight's agenda, I believe the biggest audiences for the select board meeting are always at the beginning of the meeting, and you do have the authority to move that agenda item up to one of your first agenda items, And I think having more people hear this conversation and why it was brought forward behooves everybody, rather than waiting till potentially 9 or 9:30 when most of the public has turned off the meeting. So I would ask you to consider that you can make a motion to take something out of order and move it up.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Dick DeGray, I'm not sure if you, did you say your name? Oh, you did. Great. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely, Daniel.
You know, I recall in the past when we've had something added at the last minute, you know, it doesn't happen often. The old argument was along the lines of, if somebody's watching and they want to scoot down here, we want to give them time. And the reality, I think, of our meetings these days is that folks, you know, you can see plenty of people on Zoom and there's plenty of people here. So I'm actually in agreement with Dick that having it at the beginning is just fine.
Okay. Other board members' thoughts on where to place this in the agenda?
Now's always good.
Okay, Liz?
Do you want a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll just modify it and make the motion again, unless, Tim, you want to...
I think I was going to argue in the other way, but I'm certainly not willing to die on that hill. I think I was thinking that since it's a surprise to some in attendance, it does give people a chance to think about it, but not if there's no materials related to it either. So, I mean, there are some. But
Yeah.
It's really, I could see both ways, but I'm fine with the proceeding of the body
Bob.
majority.
I have no problem where you go on that. I don't know if Mr. Oesser is online,
We should ensure...
because when we notified him of this being on tonight, which we did personally, I said it was likely to be at the end. I just want you to know that that's what I told him verbally. If he's on here and wants to do it now, and that's your decision, that's perfectly fine. I would suggest, though, if he's not participating or if he's not in the audience, that based on what I told him, I would feel better
Waiting.
waiting. And I certainly see Mr. DeGray's point, but given what we talked about yesterday of following, when we take things off the consent agenda, putting them on the end, that's what I specifically told him. So I
Okay.
have my glasses here.
Well,
I
that-
can't tell if he's
that
on? Okay, so he's on.
Yeah, the only concern I would have is that if he told people that he wanted to be here and he told them it would be at the end, maybe we can see if he wants to put his hand up and see if how he feels about us putting it on at the beginning. Well, you know, I think if he's here, then does the board feel good about? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Dora Boubalis. If he's on, great.
Yeah.
But it was put out there that it probably would be the last agenda item.
That's what I thought.
So
Okay.
Get Bob's opinion and
Yeah, we'll go to Bob's opinion.
Or even
What's it?
Hello. I seem to have put the transcription on, so it was hiding my reactions tab. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, Dick had talked to me about that, and I think that he makes a good argument. It's whatever you want to do, however you want to proceed. You know, I did put it out to people that it was suggested, I believe, that that it would be the last item of new business. But you know, it is what it is. It is the meeting, and you have the agenda.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's clear evidence that there were people are expecting to come at a certain, point.
Time in the meeting.
So let's
We should probably
put it at
wait.
the end.
We should wait. Okay.
And Dick's point is valid. But, you know,
I think in that case, I really do appreciate the point, Dick, and but considering people may be thinking about it coming at the end, we should try to just maintain that, and so that everybody who wants to be here for it can be there for it. So in that case, I think I'm just going to keep the motion as it stands, to put the agenda item on at the end of the warned agenda. So absent any further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that carries 5-0. So we're going to put that on for the end of the meeting. Okay. Gotta look for a motion on minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes of May 17th, 2022 and May 31st, 2022.
Jess has made a motion to approve the minutes of May 17th, 2022 and May 31st of 2022. Any discussion on the board side? Great. Not seeing any public hands. All right. Without any further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries 5-0. All right. Move on to chair remarks. So I have a couple of remarks, so Melissa, bear with me. I'm going to try to keep it as brief as I possibly can. So first, I would like to take just a brief moment to thank Patrick, as this is his first meeting as the interim town manager. I'm very grateful for him stepping up and providing the leadership that this town needs right now. And I'm very grateful to him and looking forward to working with him as chair. And I'd also just like to thank Steve for stepping in tonight on the computer and on Zoom, keeping this on hybrid so that people can attend remotely is really very important. So we're really grateful to him for continuing that. The next thing I'd like to speak to is, as you're all probably aware, Corky Elwell passed away this weekend. And I want to take a moment to give my condolences to the Elwell family and to also acknowledge and celebrate a man who devoted so much time to this community and to this town. If you're not aware, he was the Brattleboro town manager from 1960 to 1989. And I had a brief opportunity to know him in the time that I was in Brattleboro, and I was very grateful for it. With the having asked Peter, I've got the information for the ceremony that's going to be celebrating Corky, and I wanted to share that with everybody tonight. So that's going to be Friday, June 17th at 10 a.m. At the St. Michael's Episcopal Church, and that will also be available to stream as well. June 17th at 10 a.m. at St. Michael's Episcopal Church. All right, my third item is about an incident that took place on May 26th involving the alleged illegal discharge of a firearm in this community. I want to take a moment to thank the Brattleboro Police Department and especially thank Detective Sergeant Eaton, Sergeant Hamilton, and Officer Carbone. I want to thank them for their extremely high level of professionalism and their quick and safe neutralization of an extremely dangerous situation that was taking place in our community. I'm very grateful to them, and obviously a situation like that with a firearm, there's a potential for people to be harmed, and the fact that that entire situation was able to resolve without anyone being injured, I'm incredibly grateful. Finally, my fourth item is, take a moment for me to find it. I have a prepared statement from Peter Elwell, who is one of the members of the community group that was involved in the corrective and interpretive plaque of the Civil War monument on the Common. He obviously wasn't able to be here tonight, so this very well-written statement I did not write. He wrote it. I just want to make that very clear. And I told him I would be happy to read it for everyone's information. So the corrective interpretive plaque is being installed at the Civil War monument on the Common in preparation for a dedication ceremony on Sunday, June 19th. This is the culmination of more than 2 years of work by a committee and years of research prior to that by Joe Rivers of the Brattleboro Historical Society and the Brattleboro area middle school students. The plaque is corrective because it provides recognition for soldiers who were excluded from the original monument, soldiers of color, and substitute soldiers who served in place of wealthier residents who were allowed to pay money to avoid military service. The plaque is interpretive because it provides history and context to help people understand how the original omissions happened and how the corrections came to be. Juneteenth is the annual recognition of the date when the news of the Union victory and enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation reached Texas, the most remote of the former Confederate states. Some of the soldiers who are receiving the corrective recognition on the new plaque were here in Brattleboro, were among the soldiers who brought that news to Texas, completing that duty in mid-June of 1865, approximately 2 months after the war ended. That is why holding the dedication ceremony for the new plaque on Juneteenth is so intentional and appropriate. Yeah, wow, that's incredible. The ceremony will be on the Common at 2 p.m. on June 19th. It will include explanations of the research and the process by which the new plaque was created and approved. It also will include the reading of the names of all 56 men from Brattleboro who were known to have died as a result of their Civil War service. And that is all I have to say for chair remarks. Town manager remarks.
Thank you, Ian. I'd just like to start by saying thank you for your kind comments. I appreciate that. And the only piece of business that I'd like to mention this evening is that the town has recently learned that Captain Jason Davis of the Brattleboro Fire Department, who has been an employee of the town of Brattleboro in the Brattleboro Fire Department for 22 years, has let us know that he intends to retire. And we wish him all the best and hope that he has a wonderful retirement, and thank him for his years and years and years of service.
You're here.
Yeah. Thank you, Patrick. Board remarks and committee reports. Tim.
I do have something. No one
Please.
else has something?
I do.
Well,
Okay.
we'll all get there.
I've written mine because you don't want me rambling right now. I apologize for the mask muffling that's occurring. It's an abundance of caution for a possible exposure that I had over the weekend. I wanted to say that I live downtown, as a lot of you know. And I have to say that there's an increased feeling of lawlessness occurring in our town. Whether it's flower pots being overturned, business windows being smashed is more common now, unlocked cars being rifled through, or loud cars speeding recklessly through family neighborhoods. A lot of folks have been reaching out to me to say that it feels a little more like the Wild West in Brattleboro these days, especially downtown. I know our leadership here on the board, our town manager, and our police chief have been talking about suitable steps to take and will be making some recommendations to us here. But I think it's becoming enough of a problem that I'd like to ask if we could accelerate those conversations and get to solutions quickly. On the board, we've all been, you may have heard, pretty much flat out here with other concerns. So it's not to lay blame anywhere, especially not with our police department, who are doing their best with severely reduced staffing right now. I'm just asking my fellow board members to hear the concerns of so many of our constituents, some of whom who may feel moved to speak tonight, and commit to exploring some solutions to help our downtown residents and businesses feel safer in their homes.
Great. Thank you very much, Tim. Jess? Or was it Dan?
Sure, yeah. I just want to acknowledge something pretty awesome that our HR director, Sally Nix, and the IDEA committee and town staff developed for us to sign. It's a diversity statement and agreement that all the select board members have signed. I'm just going to read a small portion of it. It starts like this. Diversity fuels the soul. Our commitment to inclusion across race, gender, age, religion, ability, identity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and lived experience are at the center of our daily work. We welcome people of all backgrounds, believing people bring a unique perspective and experience and must have equal access. The more diverse we are, the more unique perspectives we share. People must feel included and valued. We're committed to engaging all voices and continuing to promote compassion. And it goes on. I'm very excited about this statement, and I'm very excited all of our select board have signed it. And I believe staff are also engaged in making a commitment.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's all.
Great. Thank you very much, Jess. Any other board comments? No? All right. We move to public participation. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on something that isn't warned, is not a warned agenda item this evening? I hear there seems to be some rumbling in the back there, but I also have a hand up on Zoom too. Why don't we go to Zoom first? We'll let you guys all figure out who you want to go. Who do we have first on the?
We have a grant.
And that's the first hand up?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if Grant wants to speak.
Hello?
Hi, Grant. I think we can hear you. If you can just tell us your name and where you're from.
Yes, my name is Grant Baker. I'm from Brattleboro, and I'm with Brattleboro Common Sense. I guess I'm just here to bring up climate change again, and honestly, I'm not sure where to start or what to do to change it. I just know that something has to change, and maybe bringing it up here is a start. I know that I don't know. I just know that it's getting out of control, and we're not everybody's doing their part to try to change it. And that's really all I have. I just want to keep bringing that up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Grant. I appreciate the comment. All right. So now, as is my custom, I'll move to the room. Come on up.
We fought it out.
Great.
Ladies before gentlemen.
My name's Kate O'Connor. I'm from Brattleboro, and I have a very quick, easy question. Has the AP Triton EMS fire feasibility study started? And if so, when?
I believe the answer to that is it has not started yet. But I will look to Lenny.
Good evening, Lon Howard, the fire chief. I have my first meeting with AP Triton on Thursday. Myself, the assistant chief, and town manager Marlin will be attending.
And just for clarity, would that essentially would that be what we would call the start date?
That's correct.
Okay.
We're going to talk about how we get started, and once that process is formed, we'll do a press release on how it's going to go out to everybody and how everybody's going to be able to be part of it.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much, Chief. That was a pretty easy question. Okay, we'll move back to Zoom. And
We have a Renee Oliver.
right, Renee.
Hi,
Hello.
it's Renee Walliver from Brattleboro, and I'm the operations director at the Boys and Girls Club of Brattleboro. And we have been working with the police department and the town on the situations down at Flat Street. And Michelle Simpson, who's the executive director, wrote a letter back in October of 2021 addressing some of our concerns about the street and the town in general. And after the incident with the windows being broken at Sam's and at the Void and a number of other things, we wrote another letter today, and she's not able to be here, but I'm going to read something on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club. That's
Okay,
all right.
great. Yes,
Thanks.
please, absolutely.
Yep. Dear Chief Hardy and members of the Select Board, Town Manager, we want our plea heard again regarding safety in town, especially on Flat Street. Back in October of 21, we documented the safety concerns on Flat Street, especially at the Transportation Center and Snow Block, and consider the Boys and Girls Club to be part of a youth corridor, as there are many children and youth serving organizations in our corner of town, the Boys and Girls Club, NEYT, and the River Gallery School, to name a few. Unfortunately, the lawless activity referenced in the letter has persisted and with the warm weather has increased. We work on Flat Street and can attest the ongoing public drug use, alcohol use, sales, intoxication, littering, loitering, and overall nuisance and disruption of the peace. Further, our club members, who are teenagers, report that they are offered drugs when walking by the transportation center. We have received feedback from families that they are uncomfortable sending their children to the club because of the open air drug market / party on Flat Street. There are two important themes that we beg our town to consider. One is the notion of compassion. True compassion cannot exist without mutual respect. The behavior and activity on Flat Street is not respectful, and in fact, it is against the law. And to continue to allow it to happen is enabling the behavior. This should not be confused with compassion. The other important theme is boundaries. A boundary does not have to be a hard line in the sand. A boundary is more of a circle, and anything we value and hold sacred is in the center. I hope that our community values and safety for our youth and preserving the innocence of childhood more than it values the drug-fueled party at the transportation center and other areas of town. Allowing the drug use and sales does not show compassion for those suffering from addiction, nor does it address the problem. We are begging the town, again, to enforce healthy boundaries, the law, and give the Brattleboro Police Department the resources to do the job they are trained and eager to do. An easy first step is to simply make it inconvenient for the ongoing party at the transportation center to continue. A police presence and the directive to move along to those not waiting for a bus could have immediate and positive outcomes for the families we serve each day. Our children have experienced enough trauma. It is time for less talk and more action when it comes to creating a safe and positive place for kids. Thank you for prioritizing our children and youth in our community.
Thank you very much, Renee, for that. And I want to say that I want to make sure that I know Chief Hardy had seen the other letter, but we'll make sure that she sees this new letter, and then following Tim's remarks earlier, that we definitely ensure that we have a more thorough conversation on this issue, because it's clearly one that we need to be discussing on the board level, because it's impacting many community members. So I really appreciate you taking the time to read that out for everyone to hear. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. More public participation from the room. Welcome back to the mic.
Open mic night here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I have a request into the board to put cameras on the agenda, so I'm not going to revisit that. Tim spoke briefly. I had a couple of 2 or 3 buckets just tipped over. If this was a week from now when all the summer flowers are in, I can't run to the flower store and replace what's in those buckets. Those are works of art, and this is becoming all too frequent. When Peter was here and I had talked to him about help, especially up in West Brattleboro, up at the Creamery Bridge and Citizens Bridge, we installed some lights a couple of years ago, really to no avail to stop the vandalism and theft up there. I mean, I think the bridge looks great with the lights on at night, and you pick it up if you're driving up Western Ave. But it's becoming more frequent downtown. And I made a statement to a couple of people that the town of Brattleboro is looking more like a city. And it's not a safe town anymore, just like some cities don't feel very safe. The transportation center garage is a mess. We have people sleeping in there. People really feel unsafe. The camera's in there. I could smash a window in a car, go up to the camera and say, my name's Dick DeGray. I just smashed that window, and you couldn't be able to arrest me because you couldn't make out if it was really me. That's a really poor state to have one of our major facilities in that people utilize. Put something on Facebook this morning about what happened because I have to find some place to vet my frustration. 166 people responded. That's unbelievable. I'm here to say that, Tim requested action. I don't know what action. I would be certainly be willing to be a part of a task force if you decided that's where you wanted to go. But inaction is an action.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of frustration downtown. I certainly speak for a lot of people downtown. They look to me to be the spokesperson for them, a lot of them do. So I'm like the mail carrier. Give it to Dick. He's not afraid to say anything, which I'm not. And I'm not angry. I'm very, very frustrated. I see the graffiti not only on personal property, I see it on town property, I see it on federal property. And when it's there, it just creates more graffiti. And I'm not going to take that. I have been working for the past few weeks trying to remove as much graffiti as I can. I'm going to ask you for help. I'll meet with you personally and say there's some machinery out there that we might be able to help. People pay a lot of taxes, and they need the town's help. They're asking for help. And at this point, it's incumbent upon you to say, we hear you, we're going to help you. When people don't feel safe in our community, that's not a good thing. And everybody thinks Brattleboro is a wonderful place. Right now, it is not a wonderful place. There's a lot of activity going around here that I want to say is embarrassing, but it's happening here. I don't care what's happening in Bellows Falls or Greenfield or Northampton. I care about the people in my town and what's going on here. And I know the police force is short-staffed, but that can't be an excuse that we tell the public that say we're short-staffed. And we've got to come up with another plan. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that what Tim said resonates, and that maybe maybe at the next meeting you will have put the possibility of cameras on your agenda to talk about it, and or other actions that you would be willing to take. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dick. Yes, and I think that is, I guess I can't speak for the agenda setting committee, but my hope will be that we do follow up with something for the next meeting. Yes. Oh, actually, sorry, we're gonna just look to Zoom quickly for a second. No hands? Sorry, come on up.
You're good. I was wondering if I publicly participate right now, can I get a response from you guys, or is it just kind of a statement thing? It
kind of depends. This is a funny balancing.
Simple question.
Simple question. We're able to sort of like, when's AP Triton starting? Yeah. We've been corresponding, correct?
Yeah. And so I'm wondering if there's a better time during the meeting because I talked to you about it. So if you think there's a better time, I can wait or I can say it now. I just want some form of response from you guys, if that's okay.
I guess I'm not really sure what you're going to ask, so I can't really tell you whether we're going to be able to give you much of a response or not. If you want to give it a try now, there isn't really another time in the meeting. Daniel wants to speak to it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you should go ahead and say what you want to say, and then you could always email us exactly what you just said, or a summary of that, and say, please respond to this. And we'll respond to it if we can. It may be that the response, I don't know what kind of response you're looking for. So it depends on what the question is.
I have a proposal, and well, let me just do it.
And let me just give you one other avenue, right? So yes, by all means, speak during public participation. If you've got an action you'd like to see the board take or a thing you'd like to see the board consider, you can email it to the town manager, to the board chair, and they can consider it for a future agenda.
Okay. Well, let me just jump in. My name's Django Grace. I'm working on a film right now through the Brattleboro Career Center, and I'm just going to obtusely propose this to you guys. And,
Okay.
but I do ask that you take it seriously. It's not just a it's not just a thing that I'm throwing out here. So, like Grant said earlier, so we need some more climate action. Yes, very, very. That's a concept. Let's do something about it. Transportation and heat are the two biggest sectors of Vermont's emissions right now. And I think the town, if we are trying to put action on something, transportation is our best shot at that, because heat is a very private home thing. And so I think we could go for that. In 1895, Brattleboro had a streetcar. It was an electric streetcar, and 2,500 people rode the car daily. It transported what is now 1/6 of the population of Brattleboro, approximately. And that was how people got around town. And so I was looking into this solution, and I thought, hey, why can't we do that? Bring it back. A town, and it is happening around the U.S., a town called Dayton, Ohio, which is roughly 10 times as large as Brattleboro, spent $1.2 million per car, and they installed like 4 miles of track. And the mayor of Portland, Oregon, said it would cost citizens about $1.50 to ride the streetcars they built in 2009, which is actually cheaper than most buses in that city, and it is cost effective for both of those municipalities. So I just wanted to ask, let's do it. Can we do it?
Can I make?
Yeah, we'll let board members respond kind of the way they think it feels appropriate.
Thank you for your comment, Django. I share your concern and your resolve that transportation is the best way to reduce our pollution levels. And I feel very strongly that the mover and all of us petitioning the mover to buy electric buses and to increase the ridership, not only for commuting purposes, but also as a sustainability measurement, to have this side of their district, the towns of Brattleboro and Bellows Falls and so forth, have better bus service is the solution that you seek. It is, buying an electric bus and increasing the ridership on a daily basis, on a day-to-day basis, is the way to go. And as a matter of fact, we have in our presence the new member of the mover board, and I know he's working on these issues as well. So it is a goal of the select board to have increased bus usage as a sustainability measure and as a workforce remediation element, and to get electric buses. And I think we saw in the paper today that there's tremendous amount of transportation funding from the state. So if we want this, we need to convey that sense of urgency to the bus company. What's the name of the bus company? Initials? Stephen, do you know?
Thank you, Paul. Oh my God.
SCVT.
SCVT. If I may suggest that you work with Stephen to understand your initiatives and what he's working on, I think that would be great.
Stephen who? The person on the board? Oh, hey. Oh.
Other thoughts, board? No? Yeah, I think then, I had never considered it. It's not something I've ever really thought about. But I guess I would echo Liz on there are probably infrastructure elements in the town that already exist that maybe could be improved, that might be where it would maybe make more sense to look first on something like this. But I think at the end of the day, the town of Brattleboro has made it a priority to put money, time, staffing into climate change, but more importantly, being a leader in addressing the municipal way that we can be leaders in climate solutions. So I would say I would like to take that idea and plug it into the people who we have working for our community that are there, like our sustainability coordinator, and see sort of what he thinks. And but I really appreciate the public comment.
Yeah. Oh, one more. Here, what are you going to?
I just wanted to mention that Dayton, Ohio is a really great city and is the birthplace of the Wright brothers.
Oh, nice. I was so I just, well, thank you. I just are you saying the best course of action? Can the town just create like a bus or something, or do we have to fund a private thing like the mover and endorse that? Like, do we have this?
May I?
Yeah.
We may.
Okay. The town of Brattleboro did have a bus service for many years. And
let's keep it just one person talking at a time.
And we have merged with this bus company whose initials keep escaping me. And we fund $50,000 a year of our tax dollars to this bus company. And we seek certain things from them for our service. And we have membership on the board to advance these issues. So we have a seat at the table and certain areas that will make our bus service serve our community better. And it would be great if you would advance your measures in this process, because that is exactly what one of our select board goals is, to have the mover serve the sustainability issues that we want them to in the town of Brattleboro.
And Daniel just wanted to speak to it.
Yeah, I mean, so just like how this is a public meeting that you can attend and speak in, the meetings of the board of Southeastern Vermont Transit, I'm assuming, are also public meetings. I hope their website's good enough that it tells you where and when they happen. If they don't, I'm sure you could get in touch with Steve and he could let you know. And, then you're speaking to the entity that's actually providing that service. We contract with them, and we, have a certain amount of ability to, ask for changes. We met with them in the select board meeting during our last budget cycle, and we'll probably do that again this budget cycle.
You might want to review what they had to say at that time, what we had to say at that time.
And Steve, do you know when the next meeting is? Okay, cool. If we had that info, I would just put it out there but sounds like we can find it. So
Can I just?
Yeah, please.
I just want to say your idea of bringing back a historic part of what town used to be, I think that's really delightful and really inspirational. And I think that's something that could inspire folks. So I just want to say I really appreciate it, and I fully encourage you to pursue your dream, your vision.
I'm just saying, that would create a lot of tourism for Brattleboro. So,
yeah.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and Janko, I just want to say I've met you only over Zoom a couple of times, but I really appreciate all the. I'm glad to get to meet you in person, and your energy you bring and your work on the committees that you've been on. I just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Meetings need more energy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amen. Okay. Any other? I'm going to look to Zoom quickly.
So we've had comments in the chat.
The chat is not public, and we're not going to talk about that.
You could ask that person to unmute themselves if they'd like to speak to it.
My preference would be that they continue to use the process that we've laid out, which is they raise their electronic hand. And if you want to just indicate to them to do that, that'd be perfect. And is there anyone with their hand up in the?
No.
Okay, perfect. In that case.
What about Dora, who was before?
Dora has spoken once in public participation, or have you only spoken?
Not today.
Okay, I actually don't know whose hand was up first.
Dora's.
Dora's was? Okay, yeah. Dora.
Trust me.
Shouted something.
It's actually not bad because Dora Bublis, Brattleboro. I have two things. One is just as a follow-up to what Django was commenting on, as the person who was most vehement about not losing local control of the bus service in Brattleboro. The service has always been worse than it was when it was owned by the town. And it's, it's been an issue for a while. And I hope you guys can address that. Because a lot of people don't use the bus system because it takes too long and it doesn't move them when people work normal hours. So it's been an issue. I want to address the lawlessness that's been spoken about. This isn't the first time this town has been through this. It's been an issue. It's that time of year anyway. I think we can expect that it's going to get worse because of the economic situation. More people are going to be houseless. More people are going to be needing to do things in addition to working a job. Used to be that actually most drug users were working full-time jobs and they paid their basic expenses with their full-time jobs and then they stole for the drugs. That's not how necessarily it's going to happen now. And so I think we should expect that this is what's going on. The biggest solution is to have more activity going on downtown with normal things. There's less activity. It's been continuously less activity, fewer employees, many empty storefronts. A question I have is, the public places where drug activity and things are going on have been mentioned. But there are private buildings that are essentially abandoned right now where pretty obvious activity has been going on for a really long time. And I just want to throw it out there. Can we start citing property owners for creating an unsafe space, for allowing that to happen? Because private property is a different place than public property. So this is a thing. I mean, I know of one particular building that I think we all know, because I don't think there's anybody in town that doesn't know what's going on there. And that obviously would be a perfect location to put some housing. And let's use some brownfields money. If the property owner isn't doing anything with it, let's figure out a way to buy the property and do something with it so that it's not being used that way. So yeah, it's. I just want to say that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. This has been talked about, and every probably like 5 years or so, it gets worse. And there have been solutions that have worked. Maybe could go back and look at those things and see if it, could still be done. It's a lot of community groups that were doing a lot of things. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think especially the private property question, and then also looking at prior solutions that the community has engaged in past times, because I agree the cyclical nature of this would be very helpful for this conversation moving forward. So I really appreciate that contribution. Do we get anybody else on? Yes.
We have Michael Hoffman.
Michael Hoffman.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay. Am I okay now to speak?
You are good to go.
Great. Okay. On one thing having to do with environment, the environmental challenge and the traffic that an electric bus will not really deal with. And that is that Main Street is infested with very large diesel trucks that go through there on a regular basis, and any and all efforts that we can make to let them find another way, and also to deal with the traffic especially on weekends and rush hour. There's nothing that a electric bus is going to do to tackle that. And there are a lot of other progressive towns that are able to manage the traffic flow, either by making it car free during certain hours or all the time. I think that's a a pretty easy one that can be done. And as far as the drug flow and the traffic and public property and private property, even if you go to a enlightened, wonderful place like the Co-op, there's a lot of vagrants that are in the parking lot. So I don't know how. That's a pretty pervasive challenge that we have, that it's not just deserted, vacant private buildings or unattended public buildings, but even places that we hold near and dear to us, like the Co-op, are challenged by people who and things and activities. And we have some kind of enlightened tolerance for panhandlers, I think we call them. It's part of the subpopulation of the town that we have a tolerance for. I don't know how many of them also deal with drugs, but it's a dilemma that we have and that we tolerate. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Yes, come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Greg Warden is my name. A couple of things. I really want to support what Dick has said about really a better patrolling of our downtown. I'm on the DBA board along with Michelle. And I think, one of the things that Renee read in Michelle's letter really stands out to me, and I think it reserves even a second thought here. The notion of compassion. True compassion cannot exist without mutual respect. The behavior and activity on Flat Street and other places downtown is not respectful. In fact, it's against the law. And to continue to allow it to happen is enabling the behavior. Shouldn't be confused with compassion. Along with that line, on Oak Street, the community house has petitioned the town, and the town has put up signs that say, school zone, no drug traffic, no drug use. And yet there's a drug house right kitty corner from the school where people continue to go in and out, in and out, in and out, day and night. And, with nothing stopping them from that, they're probably laughing about reading the signs when they go by. Again, mutual respect for the community, for the downtown, for the flower program, for our police department, for our fire department, for our public works department, and for the select board. We all have to work together to make this a better place. I mean, it is a good place. We know that. We love it. But we want to keep it good, and we want to have people really feel good about being here. Dick mentioned he'd like to be on a task force or would serve on a task force. I would too. So anyway, thank you for your help.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. And yeah, I think I just would echo earlier comments that I think the board hears loud and clear, and we should ensure that we have further conversation on this moving forward and soon. Just gonna check. All right, I'm gonna, yes, absolutely come on up, but I'm gonna kind of keep you short because I'd like to move the meeting along.
Just one more question, Dora Bublis. I have a question which you guys aren't going to be able to answer, but I want you to look into it. Is there a drug task force anymore? If so, or if not, let's start working with other communities to try to petition the state to, now that they have the COVID money, they should be able to have money to put back into doing a drug task force, because there haven't been drug arrests going on, really. It's my understanding that there really isn't one anymore. So please look into that.
Okay. Okay, yep, come on up.
Hey, I'm Trevor Gray.
Hey.
I came here with Django. I just wanted to talk about the lawlessness and specifically drug use around the town. So I ride the mover pretty much every day. And the mover takes her out from the school after school.
Wait a second.
Just have you wait 1 second.
My bad, guys.
No,
you're good.
It's not your fault. I'm just gonna hold you for one more second, see if are we good?
You want to try it again?
Unmute Brattleboro Selectboard.
We're muted again, I think.
Okay, here we go.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Trevor, my bad. Please.
Okay, so yeah. So the mover takes her out from the school to the transportation center. And I took the mover before COVID and after COVID, and I'd say the mover is about a fourth as full as it was from before COVID. And I think a lot of that is due to the rampant drug use on Flash Street and at the transportation center. I specifically don't take it after school anymore because of it. People get on the mover who smell like drugs, who have been using drugs, and it's not safe or comfortable to be on a bus with somebody like that. And even just walking downtown, I try to move to the other side of the street when I come across Flat Street and Elliott Street, just because of I get scared walking next to those streets. And I know that when I'm with a group of friends, we all move to the other side, even as a group, because of the drug use and like just overall crime happening in that area. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I think it's really important for the board to hear that perspective and your experience. So thank you for sharing that with us.
I think we're having some tech problems.
Are we still experiencing tech difficulties here?
Are we? It's okay now? You still have to unmute Brattleboro Selectboard, please. The meeting keeps flashing. Okay, we're good now.
Okay. Good now.
Jokes.
Bound to happen at some point. All right. So I think that, unless there's anyone else, I actually really relish a good public participation. It's an important element of our meetings, and I'm glad that we can have some discussion.
It's important to laugh like we just did. Levity helps.
Agreed. So I think at this point, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Patrick, would you mind just speaking briefly to the items that are on the consent agenda before we move forward?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
So there are 4 items on the consent agenda this evening, and they include authorization to apply for a Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Grant to support the Brattleboro Police Department. A grant application for the VTrans Small Grant Bike and Pedestrian Facility. And this relates to a project we spoke about last year during the budgeting process, particularly during the capital budgeting, where bike lanes are to be installed on Western Avenue between Green Street and I-91. This is the grant that the board decided they wanted to wait for and apply for. This evening, we'll be approving that application.
Excellent.
The next item is 250 Bird Street, the floodplain restoration project. As the board and the public will likely recall, this is the area commonly referred to as Sawdust Alley. And there is a project there to expand the natural floodplain that occurs in that area that will help to take water and prevent worse flooding from occurring in the downtown should we have another Irene type of an event. The project had been structured around the Vermont River Conservancy being the applicant to FEMA. It was identified by Vermont Emergency Management recently that the Vermont River Conservancy wasn't an eligible applicant. So the state reached out to the town, and the town's considered the grant application, and we think it's fully something that we can stand in and serve as the proper applicant. And then the final item is the annual dog warrant. And I will say what I've heard Peter say at least half a dozen times, and that dogs are to be licensed in the state of Vermont per statute. Annually, town clerks issue what's called the dog warrant. The dog warrant is written with rather arcane language that talk about the humane destruction of animals. That is not what takes place in Brattleboro. It never happens, it never will. Instead, what this provides for is the ability of our animal control officer to issue citations to those folks on the list as of today that have failed to have their dogs properly licensed. And that is the 4 items on the consent agenda.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Patrick. Get your dogs licensed. Board members, is there anyone who wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda for further discussion?
No.
But I would like to say something.
Ooh.
No, I just wanted to say that, as always, often things on the consent agenda involve a lot of prior work from town staff and even community members. So thank you to everybody who made these things happen as far as they are here before us.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that. And I echo that sentiment.
Public comment.
Maybe he'd like
Public.
to make a motion too.
Yes, Dick.
A question with the consent agenda items. When there is money attached to the consent agenda item, it's never spoken about. And so if the grant for the vest is $10,000, whatever it is, my request when you do consent agenda, if there's dollar amounts attached to them, they should be part of the consent agenda line item to say, and this grant is for X. If you're awarding a contract for Depot Street, whatever it is, if it's 20,000, whatever the number is, but you don't do that with your consent agenda, and I'm requesting that you do, because not everybody looks at the backup figures where that information might be.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's definitely worth considering. One of the other ways I could see it being effective would be actually just putting it in the description of the item in the consent agenda, which would be a little bit more explicit than they would normally be if they weren't on the consent agenda. But the idea would be they are more explicit because they're on the consent agenda. So to incorporate like a monetary amount. I actually think it's an interesting idea. So thank you. I think we'll look to implement that.
And just to be clear for the public, we're talking about applying for grant money.
Correct.
So not spending town money, applying for money that will come to the town.
In these cases.
Yes.
In all of these cases.
And most of the things that go on the consent agenda are that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We do it so that
Sometimes
we don't
we're
have to have
accepting
long
money.
conversations about things that are fairly pro forma.
And usually when they're larger sums of money, we don't put them on the consent agenda because they warrant further discussion.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I'll entertain a motion then.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Jess has moved that we approve the consent agenda as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. Do we convene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I move that we convene as health commissioners.
I don't think we've done that in a while. Daniel has moved that we convene as health commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Okay, we move to item A under health commissioners. That's going to be to reappoint the deputy health officers. And I believe it's going to be Assistant Chief. I think.
Here.
Yes, great.
So thank you. One of the things that I'd like to discuss is just the important role of the deputy town health officer. Assistant Chief Care.
Yep.
Anyways, so our deputy town health officers also serve as rental inspectors. Each one of our rental inspectors goes out to different properties throughout the town. Their role within the deputy town health officer is to do things outside of what the NFPA code requires things like sanitation, heating and ventilation, pest and rodent infestation. Those are things that are not covered within the NFPA or International Building Code. So that deputy town health officer, that's what they do. The two town health officers are Lieutenant Matt Casabona and Lieutenant Fellows.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. Board members, any questions or comments on that? No? Okay, I'll just look to the community to see if we've got anybody who has anything to say. I don't see any. In that case, I think we're looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to recommend that the Vermont Department of Health reappoint Chris Fellows and Matt Casabona as deputy health officers for a 3-year term ending in June of 2025.
Excellent. Tim has made a motion to recommend that the Vermont Department of Health reappoint Chris Fellows and Matt Casabona. Bona. As deputy health officer. I apologize, Matt. Deputy health officer for a 3-year term ending in June of 2025. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. I think we can move to Liz.
I vote to adjourn as health commissioners.
Liz has moved to adjourn as health commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Ian?
Jess.
I move that we convene as liquor commissioners.
Open, close vote. Yes, Jess has moved that we convene as the liquor commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Okay, item A under the liquor commissioners is the Winston Prouty Par for the Cause Festival permit. I believe Hillary is going to be presenting that. And if you want to use the table, you're more than welcome to. And welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hillary Francis, Town Clerk. So, as you see before you, there's a memo outlining a festival permit that has been requested, which is the Winston Prouty's Par for the Cause event. They've done this for a few years now. I believe that they had applied over COVID as well, but then canceled it during those. And so they're doing it again this year. A festival permit allows them to purchase alcohol and then serve it themselves without hiring a caterer to do it. And then their volunteers and staff can sell the alcohol. So they're requesting their event is June 25th, and they're requesting the permit for the 24th so that they can get the alcohol delivered and transported, and then they'll hold the event on the 25th. I believe the executive director, Chloe Leary, is on Zoom if you have any questions for her.
Great. Would the board like to hear from Chloe?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Chloe, if you want to join us.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
We don't have audio, so we're going to just... There we go.
Do you have audio now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I'll just note that we have a little bit of delay in your audio to your video, so we'll just see if that corrects, but we can hear you.
Great, thank you. And I have a delay on my end as well. So Chloe Leary, Executive Director at the Prouty Center. And as Hillary said, this is an event we've done in the past. It's a wonderful opportunity to both support Prouty and to come visit the campus. It's been very successful, and we appreciate the support and invite everybody to come be part of not only a fundraiser, but part of this amazing place that is a community asset for all of us to enjoy. So Saturday, the 25th, it's a great day to connect as the community. So thank you for considering our application.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Board members have any questions? Jess.
I think this is the first festival permit that I've seen come through in this shape. So it's very exciting to see things happening, and especially in a wonderful event like this. So I noticed in the paperwork, there is a certificate of achievement for first class server training for William Gusson. So I'm curious, like that's part of the application. There is a trained and certified server that's going to be involved with your event. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Just didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Is that for all festival permits? They would have one? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Cool. Further questions? Yeah, Liz.
I wondered if Chloe would like to take this opportunity to tell us a little about the event and then further to tell us about the mission of Winston Prouty. And if people can obviously contribute by attending, but they could also donate to the mission outside of attending the event.
Oh, also, if you want to add to that, if you need to register for anything to attend, if you want to just let people know how to do that.
Great. Thank you for the prompts. So this year, our event is just one day, Saturday the 25th, and it's a mini disc golf event. So some of you may be aware of disc golf. There's a disc golf course on the campus when we bought it. And so we have pivoted from our indoor mini golf and turned it into outdoor mini golf, but with disc golf. So that starts at 2:00. You do not have to register. You can just show up. Okay. And the theme is children's games. So each of the 9 holes will have a theme. And then at 4:00, we start the barbecue and music and events on the lawn. So if the weather is nice, it's an especially great day. But as Liz said, our mission, we really focus on supporting families with young children in the community. And we touch over 600 families a year. And a lot of people don't know that through a lot of different programs, not just childcare, but home visiting or childcare referral or financial assistance. And the bookmobile. So we touch a lot of different people in the community that support our youngest citizens. And there are lots of ways to support us to continue doing that. And this is just one of them. So winstonprouty.org for more information, Par for the Cause, or just if you want to learn more about what we do. So thank you for the prompt, Liz.
Great. Thank you so much, Chloe. Any other questions? No. Okay. In that case, I think I'll entertain a motion, and I'll just acknowledge that I would imagine Daniel will vote yes for this, but he's run to the restroom very quickly.
Even if he doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Probably going to.
But so yeah, a motion?
Sure.
Yeah, Jess.
I move that we approve a festival permit for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development to hold its annual Par for the Cause event, June 25th, 2022, with the effective dates of the permit to be June 24th through June 25th, 2022.
Great. Jess has made a motion to approve a festival permit for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development to hold its annual Par for the Cause event on June 25th and 22nd, June 25th, 2022, with the effective dates of the permit to be June 24th and 25th of 2022. All those in
question
from the public. Oh yeah. Okay. Further discussion on the motion.
Not to take too much time, Dora Bublis, I just want to say that I love seeing the bookmobile around town. I see it everywhere now.
My son loves it too.
Great. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you for that.
You have to read all over. No.
I don't think I need to read the motion again. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Chloe. Thank you very much, Hillary. Oh, and you're actually staying up here, right? Great. Okay, so yes.
I move to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
Daniel has moved that we adjourn as liquor commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. So we now move to new business. Item A, which is going to be the representative town meeting district certification. Very exciting. And I believe Hillary Francis, town clerk, will be presenting on this.
Yes, thank you. So to give a little bit of background on this, every 10 years, the census happens. And then based off the census, the legislature, the state legislature, goes through a reapportionment, more commonly known as redistricting. And they just went through that process. Our Board of Civil Authority was heavily involved in giving feedback to their proposals for the redistricting. And earlier this year, they passed new House districts. Those went from, in Brattleboro, it was Wyndham 2-1, Wyndham 2-2, and Wyndham 2-3. Those are now called Wyndham 7, Wyndham 8, and Wyndham 9. What our charter says is when that happens, the Board of Civil Authority goes through a process where we then look at our representative town meeting districts to see should those match those of the House or should it change to something else. Our Board of Civil Authority met on May 20th and voted to have our representative town meeting districts align with those of the House districts. And you'll see in your backup material a certification from Bob Oesser, who is the Board of Civil Authority Chair, as well as the proposed meets and bounds and the map. So that has happened. And now, according to the charter, the select board must certify to the town clerk through a resolution that is drafted and in your hands the number of registered voters in each district. And based on that, the number of town meeting members that get elected in each district. And so we did a number of calculations. The charter states that there should be 3 members for every 180 registered voters in the district. So based on that, you'll see in the resolution that what was District 1, which is now Wyndham-7/Brattleboro District 1, has 2,893 voters at the time that the memo was written, and should have 43 town meeting members. Wyndham-8/Brattleboro District 2 has 3,168 voters, 48 town meeting members. And Wyndham-9/Brattleboro District 3 has 3,251 voters and 49 town meeting members. Just a note on the names of the districts. We discussed this at the BCA meeting as well. I know that it's cumbersome and a little bit clunky having such long names. But with the way that the state renamed our House districts as 7, 8, and 9, with Brattleboro only having 3 RTM districts, it felt like if we had 7, 8, and 9, people would be like, wait, we have 9 districts in Brattleboro? And we talked about the possibility of doing Wyndham 7-1, Wyndham 8-2, Wyndham 9-3, but then there would be confusion as to where's 8-1, where's 9-1 and 2. So we felt like the longer, more cumbersome, but Descriptive, thank you, name made more sense, and our signage will match that at the polls. There's only one town meeting member who is impacted by this shift, and he will get a letter notifying him. And we've also decided that any registered voters who are impacted by the shift in district will also get a letter so that they know, if they were prepared to vote for a previously Wyndham 2-2 town state rep, that they will now be voting for a different state rep, so that they can do their homework before they go to the polls. When voters show up at the polls, we will have greeters, including Select Board Chair Ian Goodnow, helping people determine what district they're in, things like that. One thing that I put in the memo, which is interesting to note, is the House districts, the reapportionment is based on number of residents, whereas our charter determines that the number of representative town meeting members is based on number of registered voters. So that aspect it's just a different way of determining things, which is why you see the number of voters in each district isn't necessarily equal, whereas the number of residents in each district is more equal than it was.
I think it's a really, really interesting kind of issue. And I think it's going to be something we should make sure to flag and bring up for the Charter Review Committee.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think I appreciate you mentioning it now, and I think we should ensure that we make note of it so that it's something that they've got on their agenda. Did you have further presentation?
I didn't.
Okay.
I just would love to refer to Bob Fisher and just make sure that I didn't represent any of that incorrectly, because he and I have gone back and forth about this quite a bit.
We've had meetings on it, and Hillary has presented that accurately.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Liz?
I just want to discuss what a complicated process this was, both mathematically and with the physical maps, and that Hillary did such a masterful job of identifying us.
1 second. I think we've got a technical issue. Are we okay? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Steve,
That's fine.
we appreciate you.
Anyway, Hillary identified a solution in terms of both the mapping and the representation. And it was uniquely complex within the state because of Brattleboro is the only town that has RTM. And she not only navigated within the town of Brattleboro for a solution, but then she brought this map solution to the legislature twice, I think, and was so respected by the legislature for the completeness of her presentation and the logic of her presentation. And it carried the day. And she really did a wonderful job, and I can't commend her enough for it.
I'm really glad that you spoke to it. I was going to if you did. So
Yeah, I watched that too. It was really a great presentation, and they were singing your praises and Brattleboro's praises because of your work. So.
Yeah, and I think just on a sort of like larger note here, that kind of work and dedication to the process and to local control is like what the state sees in ways that respect us and allowing us to have a voice in the process so that we can be implementing things that are effective for our communities. And so I just really appreciate how much dedication you put into this process, and what we end up with is the best possible thing for Brattleboro, and that's just great, and we could not have done it without you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other, Daniel?
Yeah, I appreciate Hillary's raising of this kind of difference between number of registered voters versus number of residents, right? The fact that our charter is out of step with state statute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is something to address in the next charter, or at least to consider addressing in the next charter revision, which is coming up.
Yeah, I would be very curious to see if it was an intentional decision, or if it was simply something not considered. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Further discussion from the board on this? I'll look to the public. Any hands up? No? Okay, no one here. So in that case, I thank Hillary again for the presentation, and I can look for a motion. Oh, Liz, yes, please, sorry.
I move to certify to the town clerk of the total number of voters in each district and the total number of town meeting members each district is entitled to elect. Is that the motion? Am I reading the right thing?
We're certifying, so I think that the language is sufficient.
Okay.
Okay.
So moved then.
So moved. Liz has made a motion to certify to the town clerk the total number of voters in each district and the total number of town meeting members in each district is entitled to elect.
It's fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. That carries 5-0. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
And we will move forward to new business item B, which is the annual utility fund budget and capital plan. I believe that we are looking to Patrick for this next item.
Thank you, and good evening. One thing I'd like to mention before we dive into the particular budget, in constructing the agenda for this meeting, it would have been proper for us to include this under water and sewer commissioners. However, in speaking with the town attorney, it's not too late for us to go ahead and.
I really appreciate you remembering that. Thank you. Yes, so we need to move to convene as water and sewer commissioners. Liz?
I move to convene as water commissioners.
Thank you.
And sewer.
And sewer.
Don't forget about the sewer. Liz has moved to convene as water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries, and we go back.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to take a few minutes and walk the board through the budget, talk a little bit about the capital plan, and speak a little bit about what we look at each year in terms of the cash reconciliation. Let's not forget that the utility fund is an enterprise fund, and it's managed and accounted for in a slightly different way than the general fund. Here with us this evening is also the rest of the team that helped put this particular body of work together, that being Finance Director Kim Frost, DPW Director Dan Tyler, and in the back, Pete Lynch, the Highway and Utility Superintendent. If I get stuck in trying to answer any questions, the whole team's here, and we'll do our best to present the fiscal 23 utility fund budget. So the recommendation this evening is obviously to adopt the budget as presented. And I'll just start by speaking a little bit to the revenues. Revenues for fiscal 23 are proposed to go up by $504,551, or approximately 8%. That being from 6.2 million to about 6.7 million. The overwhelming majority of revenues in the utility fund come from either water or sewer rents. These are the utility bills that customers of the utility pay. And each of those revenue line items is going up by the amount that the board authorized in the ordinance amendment that was undertaken in 2020. And for fiscal 23, that includes a 6% water increase and a 1% sewer increase. So those are a consequence of the actions that you took a number of years ago. Down slightly in terms of revenue is bond interest, in part because the revenues coming from Tri-Park are going down because last year, you'll recall, the board approved a refinancing option and a certain amount of debt forgiveness for Tri-Park. So the revenues that we need to collect from that park are going down, and that's having a slight decrease on utility fund revenues. But it's, in the end, a positive thing for the residents of Tri-Park because it helps to improve their cash flow. And then the only other major real change in the utility fund revenues are a grant anticipated in the amount of $440,000. This would be from the U.S. Economic Development Administration, and this is their portion of the project to improve the water and sewer capacity at the Exit 1 Industrial Park. So those are revenues on the utility fund. Expenses. I just want to point out that for the majority of my memo, I didn't direct my comments directly to the detail budget, but rather to the summarized budget, which is presented on the sort of cash reconciliation page. I just find that to be a greater position from which to take a look at things, particularly like staffing. And so when we talk about expenses within the utility fund, we see that expenses are going up by approximately $76,000, or 1%. That's from 6.2 million in fiscal 22 to about 6.3 million in fiscal 23. Salaries are going up slightly, about 6.9%, or $80,000. And I just want to point out that this is the net impact of a whole series of different salary changes, right? There are wage increases for existing employees, but at the same point in time in a group of employees like this, you'll have older employees retire and newer employees who get hired at a lower salary rate. So there's some back and forth, some give and take, the net impact of which is about an $80,000 increase in salaries within the utility fund. There is also one additional person currently on the payroll within the utility fund this year, and that is a consequence of the water treatment facility project, which is occurring up at Pleasant Valley. The board will recall that there is a approximately $14 million construction project, a brand new water treatment facility being built at Pleasant Valley. And so what we've done in terms of staffing is we have a chief water operator who is going to be retiring at the conclusion of this project. That individual is maintaining their focus on the existing plant and making sure that existing water service to the town is uninterrupted and of the same quality that users have come to expect. Whereas the new chief water operator is concentrating their time on coordinating with the construction project to make sure they're going to be with the new facility for quite some time. So their focus is on the new project, whereas the retiring individual is on the old project or the old facility. And so for that reason, we've got an increase of one employee, 18 in the utility fund as opposed to 17 in prior years. Also, in terms of expenses, there's some natural increases in repairs and maintenance going up $42,000. This is to accommodate some building repairs both at the wastewater treatment plant and at the retreat wells. Operating expenses are going up by about $56,200. Again, this is the net impact of a number of increases, but also includes a certain number of decreases. The single greatest increase being the rise in the cost of sludge removal at the wastewater treatment plant. Sludge removal is the dry substance that is the consequence of it's sludge. And,
and we want to remove.
Let's just leave it there. We took a look at this, and the question was, is there an increase in sludge or is there an increase in the cost of disposing of sludge? And the answer is there was an increase in cost in the disposing of sludge. The disposing of sludge is largely a trucking expense. In each of the areas in which we've seen the town having a trucking expense, those are running really sky high right now. So it's to be expected that sludge removal is going to be going up for fiscal '23.
Quote of the night.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see, what do we have here? Reductions, probably the single greatest reductions is in bond interest. This is, of course, also related to Tri-Park, but also related to a grant that the town received from the state, coming from the state's ARPA funding, that provided a certain amount of debt forgiveness to the wastewater treatment plant financing. It was a grant in the amount of $2.6 million, I think the board will recall. That was principal forgiveness, but that's going to have, in addition to lowering the amount of principal we need to pay back, it's lowering the amount of interest we need to pay because the amount borrowed is suddenly much, much smaller. So there we have it. Yep, well, moving on to the parking fund, so that's not what we want to do. So the next thing I would direct the board's attention to is the very fine memo put together by Dan Tyler and Pete Lynch at the Department of Public Works. They have also included with that memo a 10-year capital program for the utility fund. In the memo specifically, rather than in the spreadsheet, Dan has gone into item by item detail in terms of two concepts. First being carryover from one year to the other. As the board recognizes, a series of projects are approved each year, but those projects don't always get completed within that same fiscal year that they're undertaken. So there is a regular and routine carryover that needs to be accounted for. And that'll come up in just a second when we're looking at the cash reconciliation. But here, Dan has outlined, and was included in the board packet, a series of carryover projects, including Hinsdale water main replacement on Vernon Road, water treatment upgrade, some finishing touches at the Exit 1 Industrial Park, tank resurfacing, mud dam repairs, pump station improvements, generators for other pump stations, a whole series of capital projects that are, I would say, midstream is probably the best way to describe them, are enumerated and described here in Dan's memo. And then moving forward, we have new projects that you will note in the spreadsheet under fiscal 23. They include, again, the Hinsdale water main replacement on Vernon Road. I had a question about that earlier today, and I'll share the answer with you, is if we've got an existing carryover project, then why are we have a new funding for it in fiscal 23? And the reason for that is that we elected previously to fund this over a series of years. So that's why there's an additional portion of that project to be funded in fiscal 23.
Oh, I see. And it's a different amount because
it is
going each. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
There's a series of other projects, tank resurfacing, improvements to the Stickney Brook Dam, pump station improvements, et cetera. And then finally, at the bottom, there are 2 pickup trucks that are to be acquired by the utility. A 2014 service truck, which appears to be a sort of a general service truck, typically driven by the highway and utility superintendent, and then a separate truck from 2016, which is slightly more expensive. It's got a utility body, and it is also, I believe, in the water department. So that is the capital program. And then the last thing I would seek to draw the board's attention to is perhaps the most complicated. I'll do my best to try and explain it. I'm not an accountant.
I remember this thing. Yeah.
Pardon?
I remember this form.
Yeah. And what I would say is this is a particular page that Finance Director Kim Frost and I spent weeks, truthfully, and she's only worked here 8 or 9 weeks. We have spent almost our entire time meeting on and off about this project because this is important, right? The general fund, as I said early on, is managed effectively like a checkbook. Money is put in and then money is spent. And then, the rolling balance is under the authority of representative town meeting. And so that's the way the general fund is managed. The enterprise fund is slightly different. It's a business enterprise, and it's important for the board who oversees the utility fund to be able to keep an eye on total cash and available cash. And so what we have here is what's called the cash reconciliation, which is intended to sort of transition from the full accrual accounting method to something more akin to cash management, so that you can see the amount of reserve resources available within the fund. The column on the left has been keyed to actual. This is the actual performance of fiscal 21. You can see the expenses, you can see the revenues, you can see the net impact is an increase of $324,000. Getting down to the lower half of the page, you can see that we do some interesting things in the utility fund with these this type of accounting. This is where debt principal gets noted as opposed to in the operating budget. This shows in fiscal 21 that we actually spent about $1.7 million in capital projects. We received bond proceeds of $476,000. This is the very first payments towards the water treatment facility project. Then in the next section below, you see the impact of the budget. You add back in depreciation because that's a non-cash expense. And you deduct your actual cash outlays to get a number That number is then added to or deducted from the beginning balance. There are certain accrual basis to cash adjustments that frankly I am not qualified to altogether describe, but they are things like long-term pension liabilities and other things I know Kim Frost would be happy to explain to you should you have any questions about that. So at the end of each fiscal year, there needs to be certain liabilities that get recorded, and that's what that number is there. The end result is that we had a fairly flat year in fiscal 21 from 5.7 million, and after all was said and done, we're back at 5.7 million. There is a capital carryover from the previous year of 1.2 million, meaning that available cash is at about 4.5 million. Looking then to the middle column, I'm not going to go through the painful detail there, but the middle column is the budget as it was presented and approved by the board. We have taken the liberty of, in terms of the capital cash allocation, to show the actual capital cash allocation as of 11 months into the fiscal year. There's a good deal of work obviously going on up at the water treatment facility. $3.8 million has been spent, $3 million has been received in terms of bond proceeds. The difference between those two is more or less the difference between we need to submit for another payment. So those two things are going to even out or zero out in the end. What we can see is we anticipate at the conclusion of fiscal 22 that the fund balance will actually rise a little bit from 5.7 to 6.1, but there is a growing capital carryover of 2.3 million, meaning available cash is dropping to 3.8 million. I think if we were to ask Dan Tyler, why is there a growing capital carryover? I think what he would tell you is that it's been more difficult to get some of these capital projects done during COVID. And so we've got a little backup in terms of the number of capital projects that we need to undertake. And now that we seem to be getting a certain amount of relief from COVID, hopefully we can move forward expeditiously. The final column is a column on the right. That's the budget that the board is being asked to approve. It's showing a surplus of $450,000. It's impossible at this point in time to predict how the end of next fiscal year is going to proceed, but it does appear that there will be continued growth in the fund balance, which brings me to a sort of a final point. At each opportunity when we review the utility fund, the board usually, even though it takes a look at rates for a 5-year period in the ordinance, the board likes to examine year by year. Did we make the right decision? Do we need to go back and take a second look at this? It may very well prove to be the case that we could take a second look at the utility rates and possibly the outcome of that analysis would say we could potentially decrease them. What I would ask the board and the public for is just a little bit of patience. Kim Frost has been with us for 8 or 9 weeks. We've been working together regularly and having a good time doing it. It will just take us a little more time to be in position before we could have a reasonable opinion or any sort of opportunity for the board. But we're certainly going to continue to work on this, and when we have the ability to come back, we will certainly request doing so. So for the moment, we're not recommending any sort of adjustments to the water or utility rates, but you know, we'll keep at it together and be back at the board at the earliest possible time.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry for all that.
No, I was just processing it all. Thank you so much for a very thorough presentation, Patrick. I guess my question is, it's a little after 8 o'clock. Do we sort of anticipate a fairly robust discussion on this? In that case, I think let's just continue and we'll adjourn, or we'll take a break after we're done with this item. So board, do we have questions, discussion on this? Yes, Jess.
First, I just want to say this was an incredible piece of work, and thank you so much for both doing it, obviously, but presenting it to us so clearly, Patrick. That was really I got it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, and tried to borrow from him.
Good call. So the one question I have is actually kind of a follow-up on the last, I think, financial report that we discussed, which was a question about shut-off rates and how they compared to historical data, and if folks are having trouble paying their bills, and if now is a good time to go forward with that 6% in light of that situation. So for me, that's in your next steps. That's something that I would love to see a little bit of info on.
Is that something, Kim, I'm sorry to put you on the hot seat at the last minute. Is that anything you'd be prepared to speak to?
If you just want to come up to one of the mics, just so BCTV picks it up. Thank you.
So I did follow up after the last conversation. There are no more, the shutoffs are not experiencing higher volume than they have in the past. There are very, very, very few shutoffs, like maybe one, and it's on a property that isn't occupied by a homeowner, and maybe somebody is there illegally, and there's a little bit of an issue. So we really, with all the state programs that are out there, and with all of the mailings that go out to let people know when they are late, they are taking advantage of those programs. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kim. Daniel, you had your hand up?
I mean, I just sort of wanted to kind of say what Jessica said, really, that sometimes this budget, I don't even want to talk about depreciation. But, sometimes this budget is a little tricky to understand. And I think the way that Patrick presented it did enlighten me more so than previous years. And maybe that's also the product of just having heard it a few times. So thank you for all the work on it. Thank you to all the people. This utility fund budget encompasses like a whole lot of work in the town and a whole lot of people. So thank you to all those folks. And I do expect that we will take another look at utility rates in the near future.
Great. Yeah, Tim.
Comment and a question, I think, for Dan, maybe. The comment is, I too would like to make sure we take a look at those rates really seriously. And I just wanted to give props to the other reason to delay that look-taking, if you will, is that we'll have the full fiscal year under our belt. I'm not sure you actually said that, so I just want to make that clear. Because real numbers is always better to deal with. My question has to do, and it's probably me just not reading charts right, but specifically for the Putney Road project, there was the 500,000 carryover, I think it's called. But when I look at the chart, I'm confused. What's the overall budget that we expect for our responsibility on the proposed 2025 Putney Road upgrades? I just want to be reminded, overall, because I'm just trying to make all of these $250,000 add up correctly that I see in the very, very small.
I'm sure it is.
So we have a proposed carryover for $500,000, but then $250,000 assigned for each of 2023, 24, 25, 26. Is that, what do I do with those numbers? Do I add them all up to know
Right, so the total budget for our portion of the project for the Putney Road water relocation is $1 million.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to hear, that's not the answer I wanted. Okay. And so what happens if, can you imagine that it might get delayed yet again? Because I can. What happens if we continue to put in all of that? We're just going to keep banking the $250,000 according to this every single year?
At this point, they've invested enough money in the design that the project will happen. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a delay from the expected 2026 construction, but I don't think there's any doubt that the project will.
Okay. And you have confidence that as they go along and are on schedule or not on schedule, that our contribution to the project is running along with them and not getting like ahead. So I wouldn't really want to be outlaying money that's going to end up not being.
No, we work closely with the consultant that's working on the design.
Yeah, yeah. It's just one of these things that people bring up once in a while, and it's been going so long that people forget that it's already been decided. And so people come to me and say, what can you do about this terrible project? I'm like, it's a good project. And it was decided how many years ago? Over 10. So, anyway, so it's just one of these things that drives me nuts. Thank you for explaining that.
Liz.
Since everybody had something to say, let me state the obvious, that our review of this matter as select board members is simply representation of the public, and that we're reviewing this. And the transparency with which it's all provided is all just very helpful to the public, and I thank you.
Great. I actually haven't said something, so I had just one
sorry.
very quick thing. And it's, Dan, I'm going to pull you back up for just 1 second. And it's just that when I was going through the capital carry forward projects, which I just actually loved reading, I was just looking for the Bridge Street sewer system, because since I've been on the board, I feel like we've had a couple of issues there. And so I was grateful to see that we've got waterfront capacity improvement for the board. That's on the second page of that memo. And my only question was, I didn't see it in the FY23 carry forward at all. So we feel confident, given like all of the different things that are going to potentially be happening in that area, that we're going to be sort of done in in this fiscal year, and we're not going to need to sort of push it forward in the next fiscal year. We're not need to push it forward any further. I only asked that question now once Patrick explained to me that items that were in the original list could also be on the FY23 list as well, like the Hinsdale water main replacement project. My question is, I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. My understanding is that there's a lot that's going to happen down in that area with Amtrak, and then potentially with what could happen with the island, and once that is no longer going to be an actual road, it's going to be just pedestrian traffic, and what's going to happen with installation out there and everything. So I'm just wondering if that project is really just for this fiscal year, or it should be being allocated for future stuff.
Right, $500,000 is the estimate to upgrade the water main on Vernon Street from where the bridge project's going to end to Bridge Street, bring a new line down Bridge Street, and then out Depot Street.
Okay.
So the $500,000 is the estimate. Additionally, these carry forward projects, a bunch of them, most of them are shovel ready at this point. There's issues right now with material availability and contractors. So we took a whole, that project, Signal Hill, the Black Mountain Generator, I'm missing one, and we put them on the priority list for the revolving state loan fund. And it's likely that we'll see some grant money. That's part of the infrastructure money. We're hoping we'll see some grant money for those projects as well.
Okay, great.
That wasn't figured into those budgets. Those numbers are construction costs. But
so they could potentially be lower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, cool. Okay, great, thank you. That was my only question. So any further discussion? I guess we can take it to the public. Anybody have any questions here, or looking for hands on Zoom? Nope. Okay. Not seeing any further discussion from the board. I think it's time for a motion.
May I?
Yeah, Jess, please.
I would like to move that we adjourn as utility commissioners. Is that where we're at?
No, we don't
have a motion on.
No, we don't have a motion on this, but I just said adjourn as utility commissioners.
I
'Cause
didn't
we have
realize.
to step away from that, right?
We don't need to approve this?
Oh, we're definitely asked to. Is there?
Our.
So the Might I fashion?
Oh, it's in the first bit of the memo.
So
Yeah.
there's a little bit of confusion.
Sorry about that.
Jess, that'd be the recommendation.
Oh, yeah. Here,
So,
want me to say?
sure. I'll move that we adopt the fiscal year 23 utility fund budget as presented.
Is that sufficient? Great. Jess has made a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2023 utility fund budget as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes 5-0. And then we'll take one more motion for adjourning. Liz?
I move we adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
Great. Liz moved to adjourn as Water Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes. So now we're going to take just a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to give our interpreters a little break. So
10-minute maybe?
okay, fine, a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 8:30-ish. Oh. Excellent. All right, welcome back to the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. It is 8:30, and we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is, excuse me, parking, agenda item C, the parking fund budget, which I believe Patrick is going to be speaking to as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So before you this evening is the proposed fiscal 23 parking fund budget. And one thing I would point out just at the get-go is very much in keeping with the other enterprise fund, the utility fund. The parking fund is a business enterprise, and it is managed according to the full accrual rules of accounting that we just went through just before the break. That'll come into play in just a few minutes when we're talking about the cash reconciliation. But here we are with the parking fund budget. One thing I'd like to point out is that there is a sort of an update to the operations of the parking fund that I think is kind of important and pretty, it's pretty significant. Everybody here, I believe, recognizes that the parking fund took a real serious hit during the pandemic. There were months early on in the pandemic where literally there was no revenue within the parking fund. We've had a couple of fits and starts in terms of our recovery from the pandemic, and but it's been up until just recently that we've started to see parking meter revenue approach something approximating pre-pandemic levels. And while that's great for the parking fund, and that's a good thing, the reason I mention it is because I think it's indicative of or reflective of a return to normal in terms of economic activity in the downtown. So that's the reason I mention it. Parking is a really good proxy for activity downtown, and so that really appears to be returning to normal, and that's a good thing, I think, for everybody.
Absolutely.
So just a quick discussion of the revenues and expenses associated with the proposed parking fund budget. Revenues are proposed to be $640,500, which is a bit of a drop from previous years, as you can see. The largest single decrease stems from the $68,000 reduction in BTC rental space revenue. And I want to be super clear as to what's going on there. We all recognize that the pandemic had a real negative impact, specifically on the tenants at the Brattleboro Transportation Center, but also on commercial retail space townwide and probably across the United States. Dottie's, we know, was dissolved. Experience Goods has sought to conduct their business elsewhere. And so at the moment, we don't have any tenants at the Brattleboro Transportation Center, and accordingly, the budget is showing no revenue for rental income. This is significant because, as you can see, as recently as fiscal 19, rental income was about $107,000. So this is a revenue line which is taking a dramatic hit as a consequence of the pandemic. And it really calls into question whether or not that's ever going to return to normal. I think there's a conversation that needs to be had at some point in time about the use of that space and what we hope to achieve from it. Is this a space that we would like to continue to receive and use as an income generator? That would be great, but is that realistic? It's really kind of hard still to know. If we were to seek some other community development function or purpose in that space that would be less able to produce income, but able to achieve other community gains. I know former town manager Manali had visions of maybe artist space in this environment. Is that something we should be seeking to do with this space? And that's just a conversation. It doesn't need to be had tonight, but it's something I think we need to be aware of and we need to think about as we proceed through this next year. So that's that. Other than that, there is a very slight decrease in hood rentals to try and get it a little closer. We've been down in terms of hood rentals over the last couple of years. That also could be pandemic related. Hood rentals, of course, are revenues that the town receives when somebody effectively rents a parking space for the day. And the reason you would rent a parking space for the day is oftentimes you're a building owner. Maybe you need to do some improvements to your building, put a roof on the place or something like that, and you need to get a contractor right up close to the building, and so they will rent that space for the day. It's called putting a hood over the meter. But it's been decreasing for a couple of years, and so those are the revenues in the parking fund budget. Expenses are at $898,790. Up just slightly from fiscal '22 in the amount of about $18,000. Most of the increases are staff related. So this is going to be salaries that increase as a consequence of collective bargaining agreements. It's going to be Social Security, retirement, those sorts of expenses. And then we also have a couple of decreases of note in the parking fund. One of which is utility fund interest. As the board will recall, the parking fund borrowed $265,000, I believe, from the utility fund in fiscal 18 in order to be able to fund a transition to smart parking and meters and kiosks that are able to take credit cards. We are finally getting to pay that off, pay that back, and they will pay that off in fiscal 23. And because of that, and because it's going to be paid off midway through the year, the interest is decreasing and it'll go away after fiscal 23. And the last thing I would touch on is just snow removal. And snow removal is really one of those things that historically is kind of a make or break in the parking fund. It can be the reason why we have a good year, and it could be the reason why we have a bad year. And because it's one of those wildly fluctuating events that we have very little control over, the way we budget for that is just on the average of the last 5 actual fiscal years. And we had a pretty good year this year, and that helped to bring down the 5-year average. So that's the reduction in snow removal. That leaves a deficit of about $258,290. The one thing I would want to reiterate from the very beginning is that because this is a full accrual fund, we include depreciation in the operating expense. That's $284,000. So while the fund will have a deficit budget for the year, it will actually add just slightly to the available cash in the parking fund, which is a little strange, but it is what it is. Another thing I'd like to talk about is the capital request. And you'll note that I didn't say capital plan. The parking fund has had such limited resources that it really hasn't made sense to produce a capital plan. We recognize that there is some deferred maintenance at the transportation center, and I think the board shares our enthusiasm for getting an engineer into that facility to take a look around. and to give us their opinion as to the status of, rusty beams and things of that nature, and to be able to make recommendations to us about essential capital projects. There will be, there are funds available in the fund, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But we don't have the estimate for what those projects are going to cost right now, but we'll get to work on that, and we'll bring it back to the board at the appropriate time. Also, we know there's been water infiltration into the occupied space, and that has the potential to lead to mold or other mildew-related activities within the occupied space. We think now that there's a vacancy, it's a real good time to get in there and take a look around and make sure that we can clean up that space so that whatever we choose to do with it, there's at least a clean, dry facility in which to conduct those activities. The one capital item that I think the board should authorize this evening relates to the joint sealing in between the concrete slabs at the facility. As the board may remember, we put out a competitive bid process year before last. A company that goes by the name of PCS Specialty Contracting of Skowhegan, Maine, provided us with the winning bid to replace the joints. We didn't have as much money as we had hoped, and we didn't have the ability at that time to do as many floors as we would like. But that's changed a little bit, and so we'd like to proceed with the next floor. And the next floor that everyone agrees upon is the right one to focus on is the top floor. We did the floor just above the occupied space. We now would like to move next to the top floor to try and keep water from getting in the building in the first place. That company has reached out to our maintenance staff and said, hey, we've got some availability. If you've got some interest, we'd like to, help you out again. And I think this is an opportunity that I hope meets with the board's approval. If we were to get a not to exceed amount of $25,000, we could proceed with that and get that completed this year. And I think that'd be really important just for the overall health and long-term use of that facility. And then moving lastly to the cash reconciliation, this is very much according to the same format as was shown in the utility fund just a few minutes ago. I won't go into line by line detail because I think the board is gathering how to read through these. You can see as fiscal 21 has been reconciled to actual, we had a $290,000 loss in the parking fund that year. The $200,000 of debt principal is incidentally the very last payment on the transportation center. That's the final pay. So it is paid for. It is all ours. Capital cash allocation, this was the improvement that we did to the Preston parking lot. In reconciling back to cash, we have the deficit. We add back in depreciation, but we kick back out cash outlays. We get a negative 244. The beginning balance rather was 338,000, to which we deduct the activities above, and that leaves us with an ending balance of about 115,000. You can see where we're at in fiscal 22. There's just a slight increase. We rise up from 115 to 137. And of course, given the paying off of the utility fund, we're actually getting rid of a good bit of cash within the fund, 140,000 planned in fiscal 22 and another 120,000 in fiscal 23, along with the 25 that goes along with the joint sealing. And we draw the fund down to about $18,000, which would be very alarming were it not for an action that the board took probably about 3 or 4 months ago, and that was to reimburse the parking fund for its losses experienced during COVID. I believe those totaled $565,000, 225, if I recall correctly. The board authorized that transfer. I don't believe that transfer has actually taken place just yet. We had authorization for it, but we were about to hire a finance director. I wanted to make sure that the finance director had a clear sense of how ARPA funds were going to flow through the organization, and wanted her input on that. Kim Frost did a really great job leading up a multi-headed effort to sort of discuss how we were going to recognize those funds within the organization, speaking with both the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and seeking guidance from them, talking with Town Attorney Bob Fisher, and then ultimately having lengthy conversations with Bonnie Batchelder, the head of Batchelder and Associates, which is our auditor. Because the last thing we wanted to do was to utilize ARPA funds and then have some audit findings saying, we disagreed with your accounting of this U.S. Treasury dollars. So thank you to Kim for the good work that she did in terms of getting everybody on the same page and getting everybody to agree in the flow of funds. And so those funds are going to be transferred into the parking fund in June this month and will show at year end when we start taking a look at the performance of the fund at the end of the year. So that very likely $18,000 is going to have $565,000 added to it. So there'll be a fairly substantial fund balance within the parking fund, certainly enough to cover the $25,000 joint ceiling, excuse me, enough for us to explore getting an engineer in there to look at the building, and we can come back and seek authorization for moving forward with that when it's ready. I guess with that, I'd ask if there are any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Patrick, for the presentation. Board, questions, comments, discussion on the parking fund?
I just have a baby question.
Liz?
Did the initial ceiling, was that successful?
Very successful. Yeah, they did a really, really, really solid job. We're all very impressed.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
I have one quick question, unless, Tim, are you winding up?
Teeing up. I have one simple question, but you can go.
My only question was, and I appreciate that we're not going to have this discussion tonight, but for the board's consideration, is there a way for the parking fund budget to function effectively if we were to utilize the rental space on the bottom floor of the transportation center, either for cost or below cost or for free?
So I don't know if this will be an answer to your question, but it might be.
Okay.
So if the board was to say, there are other community goals that we would like to achieve with that space, right? There's a cost that comes with that.
Yeah.
And one question I would ask the board is, should that cost be borne by the parking utility, or potentially should it be borne by the general fund? And so that, perhaps there be some sort of transfer to the parking fund to account for the fact that we're not going after what we believe to be market rent, but we're sort of subsidizing something. So it seems to me it's entirely possible that the board could desire to get something other than money from that space.
Yeah.
The question is, do you wish to place the burden of that decision on the parking fund, or to have that be borne more generally?
Yeah. Okay. No, okay. That does answer the question. And I think it just will help the board and the community to sort of help to frame that discussion if we understand what it could potentially be used for. And, I just want to say right now, I'd like to have that conversation on this board sooner than later, because I think the discussion that we heard earlier during public comment about that street and that location, filling those spaces with people and organizations or something can only help that, and keeping them vacant will only cause more problems. So I'd like to have that conversation sooner than later. Liz?
A police substation might be an appropriate use.
Well, that sounds like discussion on that. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the kind of thinking that we should have a discussion on. Yeah.
Just one thing I would note is that we do anticipate some additional activity. We don't know how long, and we haven't finalized the discussion, so we didn't include it in the budget. But there is a very likely potential that we would contract it for some period of time with the construction firm that's going to be working at 47 Flat Street, and they have been inquiring about the Dottie space. So there could be some rental income that occurs in this year that is off budget, but of benefit to the community.
Is the mold remediation that needs to happen in Dottie's space or?
I think if it exists to a degree that needs to be remediated, it would be in the experience goods space.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Tim?
Thank you. Given that we are very close to the end of fiscal year 22, do we have a read on, well, really it applies to all the columns, but, and forgive me if you already mentioned this and I kind of missed it, but I just, especially when I look at the revenue projection, is it possible that we are looking at something that is very close to or above the budget for FY22 and therefore would lend us to believe that there'll be a more parking meter revenue in FY23?
So I looked at that. I really did. And I can't tell you exactly where we're going to hit with fiscal 22. I just don't simply recall. But I do recall that the more recent months were in line such that I became really satisfied that fiscal 23 was going to hit this number. And I recall at the time that we put together the fiscal 22 budget, it felt a little aspirational. Like, gee, wouldn't it be great if we could do this? That would be good.
Right.
But that feels like a very confident 365 for fiscal 23, given the more recent performance.
Okay, but it's your belief that we should probably stick with that number on a conservative projection.
I think it's the right number.
Because I'm tempted to look back at, FY19, for instance, being 416, which is.
Sure.
But, okay, just curious if we had.
Those were the days, huh?
Oh, yeah. I remember.
We didn't even know it.
Yes, that's right. We thought we had it bad then.
So, further discussion?
Sorry.
No. Yep, Sarah, come on.
Dora Bublis. I just want to give a shout out for the idea of using those. It was always an uneasy feeling. I mean, I was on the board back when we were creating the budget for when the parking garage came on and started to rent to Dottie's, and it was always an uneasy feeling competing with private property owners with the commercial space. And we're just not going to have the number of commercial tenants that have been in the past. So then that's even a bigger competition trying to compete with that. We have lost so many public spaces for community. The Savings Loan Community Room doesn't exist anymore. The River Garden doesn't exist anymore. The Marlboro Tech Center doesn't exist anymore. SIT doesn't exist anymore. These are all spaces other than the meeting room and the library, which is of certain size and very busy, and very well utilized. And we don't really have a nice community center. And you could still put a police substation in it and still have plenty of room to have a community center there. So with maybe small meeting rooms and then one large space where you could actually have events. As Ian mentioned, we had a whole lively public participation with people talking about issues downtown. The best way to counter that is to have activity. And there was a time when there were probably upwards of 1,000 or more employees wandering around downtown during the day. Those people don't exist anymore. The bank doesn't have those employees. Omega isn't there anymore. Like the Marlboro graduate, like none of these employers, and they're not going to come back. So the idea is to try to figure out, and it would be a valuable thing for the community.
Great, thank you very much, Dora. I definitely agree.
Liz just nudged me, I have to say it now in public.
Oh boy.
Also, you could have a police substation and a wonderful laundromat which is what I think we should have.
That is true.
I brought the laundromat
statement
to Peter Elwell's desk the week that I was first hired 5.5 years ago. Hired by the voters to sit in this position.
At the price of $3,000 a year.
For a little while.
And he talked me out of it, but maybe it's time. Downtown needs a laundromat.
To me, it sounds like there's ample, there's a lot of opportunity here to have a really good discussion on utilizing this space.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
And
the
I
upshot.
appreciate the point. I can't agree more. We really need to put people there. Any other public from Zoom?
I believe this is Dick DeGray from home.
Well, I think this may be a first for the board. I don't think we've had a participant participate from the room and then leave and then participate from Zoom. Maybe he has? Okay.
I think Kate did.
Oh, Kate did. Yeah, you are right. Dick.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, I think you're right, Ann. I'm double dipping. I thought this meeting was going to go past my curfew, and I would have been embarrassed falling asleep in the chair in the select board. One of the things I haven't heard in this discussion, all I hear is deficits about increasing the rates for parking and fines. And I think that all needs to be on the table. I don't think when it's an enterprise fund, you can't look at the taxpayers to come and keep bailing out something that they really don't have any control over. The board does. And yet you're going to be taking money from us and we don't get to vote on this budget. You do. So I'd like to hear from you about potential rate increases, which I think are long overdue. We have probably the cheapest parking of any town or city that I've been to in the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you very much, Dick, for the comment and the question. I think the first question I would have or comment on it would be, so and I'm not sure what bailout you're referring to, but if it's the bailout from the ARPA fund, then to me, that's money that's coming from the federal government to help alleviate COVID impact. And that's exactly what happened to the parking fund. It was impacted really significantly by COVID. And so we're using that money to help to alleviate it. And so I don't know if it's necessarily a characterization to say that that's taxpayer money, but I may misunderstand what you're referring to, or I may be misunderstanding how that worked.
No, I think you got that exactly right. In the proposed fiscal 23 budget, there's no subsidy from the general fund. There's no subsidy from local tax dollars. So that just isn't present in fiscal 23. If the board would like for staff to take a look at raising fees, we could certainly take a look at that.
Yeah, Daniel?
My recollection is the parking rates did raise not so long ago.
In fiscal 18, I believe, when we transitioned to the new equipment, we raised rates in the short-term lots. We raised rates in the on Main Street to $1. It's less expensive than elsewhere. That's for sure. And I would echo Dick DeGray's point in one sense. I have become aware that when we did that, we did not make any adjustment to the permit rate. And so in doing so, we raised the sort of like daily cash rate without raising the cost of the permit. We made the permit that much more desirable, shall we say? And I think we did that a little unintentionally. So it would be something that I think would warrant a second look. But it would be helpful, I think, also if the board was able to approve this evening, just so that we can get it accomplished prior to the beginning of the fiscal year.
Can I just ask the following question? So we did raise rates not so long ago. And were fines adjusted at that time?
No, they were not.
Can we
Fines-
find out when they were last adjusted?
That could be difficult because I suspect it was long enough ago that it would take some research. For example, the cost of fines have not increased in the time that I've worked for the town.
How long has that been?
That will be 12 years in August, so.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that I'm definitely in favor of it, but I think it might be worth taking a look at.
Yep.
Liz?
I would just like to note that this investigation might want to research the parking study that was done before the meters were put in place, because there was a whole study of the downtown and the varying rates and the proximity and blah, blah, blah. So let's go back to that source.
Let's go back to the work that we've done previously.
Yes,
Good.
and paid for.
And I think yeah, absolutely. I would also add that I think in an instance like this, I would like to just maybe know what other towns are charging, and especially if there's varied rates depending on location. This would be an instance where I think it would be helpful to kind of know where other towns are at.
Yeah. I think it's probably the case that now that you can use your credit card in the slot, that fines have gone down.
I don't know if that is the case.
I don't know, but it's a hypothesis of mine.
Could you just restate it so I can hear?
Yes, that now the people can use their credit cards and don't have to shuffle for change. That I bet you fines may have gone down.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, positively. It was.
How much more corrected could a person be?
That was very clear. Immediately after we switched over to the ability to accept credit cards, I think it's fairly straightforward that it became more convenient to sort of play by the rules. And because it became more convenient to play by the rules, we ended up having a less punitive system, which, was a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Daniel?
One really important thing that we're failing to talk about tonight, and I'm shocked about it, honestly, is that the parking meters are just too high. They're just slightly too high off the ground.
To read. Yes.
I see this happening all the time. And, I'm 5'7" and a bit. And, quite tall. And, I see lots of people really kind
It's
of
more about the
struggling.
angle.
Yeah.
It's about the angle.
So if we
I have
ever
that
get a
problem.
chance to do something with those meters, we should recognize that anecdotal data from me sitting outside Amy's tells you that they're too high.
I'll reach out to the Public Works, and maybe what we could do is
Little step stools.
kind of
Step stools.
pardon?
Liz
Step
was
stools.
suggesting step stools.
Well, step stool's an option, but maybe we could take a look at, in small chunks, 2 or 3 or 4 at a time, kind of level them out, because I know they're also highly variable.
Is that something that we actually can adjust?
Well, it's quite a
Shaving.
it's quite a project.
Okay.
It involves big tools and cutting things and resizing things or resizing it's an undertaking, but
Just like Cool Hand Luke.
one of those things that you do a couple of months and maybe you work your way down the road.
All right. Well, let's consider that.
Do we have anything else to be getting on with?
What's that?
We don't have anything else to be getting on with right now. We're happy to proceed with the important parking meter readjustment project.
The one thing I would
Missed my humor.
yes, I almost didn't get it there for a second. The one thing I would say that Yoshi brought up that I am kind of curious about is while we're talking about parking and the credit card system, if there's any interest in moving towards the system that a lot of the other communities have, that we use a different app than I think a lot of places do. So that would be the only other thing that I'd be curious about, especially looking at rates and how we're going to charge people. So, but yeah, Dick, thank you very much for the comment and the question. I think it's a good discussion to have. We should be continuing to look at those things. Any other community comments? Nope, I don't see anybody from the public here. So, Daniel?
Yeah, I feel like I haven't made many motions, and I would like to make this one.
Yeah, please.
Are there 2 motions?
There are 2.
Yes.
Do you want them both? I'll just do one. Fine. I move to adopt the FY23 parking fund budget as presented.
Daniel has moved to adopt the FY23 budget as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
That passes 5-0. A second motion? Daniel?
Elizabeth?
Oh, Liz?
I move to award a contract to PCS Specialty Contracting of Skowhegan, Maine, in a not-to-exceed amount of $25,000 for joint sealing on the top floor of the Brattleboro Transportation Center.
Liz has made a motion to award a contract to PCS Specialty Contracting of Skowhegan, Maine, in a not-to-exceed amount of $25,000 for joint sealing on the top floor of the Brattleboro Transportation Center. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to new business agenda item D, which is the salary increase, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I believe that is going to be, FY23 salary increase for non-union employees, and Patrick will be introducing that for us.
Yes, sir. So each year at this meeting, the board authorizes the wage increase for non-union employees. This is largely the management team, some employees at the part-time employees at the library, and a few confidential employees, including the executive assistant in the town manager's office, et cetera. What we're proposing is a 3% cost of living adjustment, which is, and I wish to correct a statement I made in my memo, which is largely consistent with each of the collective bargainings that the board has previously approved, but it wasn't consistent with the collective bargaining for Local 98. Local 98 received a 2% wage increase. However, they did transition to a formal step system that was seen as, and an adjustment, a mid-year adjustment. So while they didn't get a 3-year cost of living increase, they got fairly substantial increases. And so what we would recommend to the board is to provide a 3% cost of living increase for the remainder of the non-union employees, which is consistent with each of the other agreements.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Yes, sir.
Board, any discussion?
It seems important, especially this with crazy inflation going on, to support the rest of our employees.
Absolutely. Liz?
I think that the town and the select board has made a commitment to provide for fair cost of living raises, and this is consistent with it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I always take a moment to sort of reflect on, Patrick.
I just have one other thing to add, which is this is the figure that was already calculated in the budget, so this is not going to cost anything more than what was already approved by Representative Town Meeting in March. So,
absolutely.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, every time we have a thing like this before us, I just like to reflect on the fact that, a large portion of the town's budget is in salaries and paying our employees, because so much of what the municipal, capital T, town of Brattleboro is the people who work for the town and do the work of the town. And, it's really important that we take care of those people. And this is another instance where we're ensuring that we're doing that. Any community comments? Seeing none, I think I can entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah,
to approve the 3% pay increase for fiscal year '23 for all town non-union employees.
Great. Tim has made a motion to approve the 3% pay increase for FY23 for all town non-union employees. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, that carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, we move on to the agenda item of new business E, which is the Depot Street parking lot. 3 sub-items: award a construction bid, award a QEP contract, and transfer to capital fund. And yet again, Patrick is going to be presenting on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So this is a really exciting project that's been years and years in the making that I know everybody is hopefully as excited about as I am. You've enumerated yeah? So just
Probably
a little
not,
bit of the historical background of why we're rebuilding the Depot Street parking lot, in case you have forgotten. Amtrak is going to be building a new train station in what is a portion of the Depot Street parking lot. That project is scheduled to get underway beginning in September of this year. It's going to take about a year, but it's going to result in a brand-new, beautiful downtown train station with the only level boarding, ADA accessible platform in the state of Vermont. So it's a very exciting transition. But if we were not to undertake this project, that project would reduce parking capacity on Depot Street, an area of the town that's already a little bit challenged and could use some additional capacity. So the board, a number of years ago, approved a plan to expand parking within the Depot Street lot by repurposing what is the turnaround and by taking down the archery building and expanding the parking plan. That project was developed and has made its way through the DRB. It received its approval in August of 2021. Just to remind everybody, we had to undertake quite a bit of research in terms of hiring a historic preservation consultant to take a look at the archery building and to make a finding as to whether or not that had historic significance. It was determined that that wasn't the town's, or it wasn't the first train station in Brattleboro, and in fact, was not really something that was in dire need of historic preservation. In fact, the federal funding sources that were used to hire the historic preservation consultant agreed that this building could go and make way for additional parking. And so we were deeply appreciative of that because it really allows this whole project to move forward. I want to thank our partners at the Wyndham Regional Commission who assisted by providing some funding to be able to hire Stone Environmental, who did the initial adjustment to the corrective action plan. Is that the right term, Liz? Corrective action plan? As the board and the public will likely recall, that area of town is a brownfield. There is environmental hazards that have been encapsulated under the grass there directly across from the whetstone. And so anytime there's going to be disturbance to that site, there's got to be an environmental assessment. They need to provide guidance to the project. And that also explains why we would be asking for authorization to proceed with a contract with Stone Environmental for what's called QEP, or Qualified Environmental Professional Oversight. This is the environmental engineer being able to pay concentrated time overseeing the construction of the project to ensure that there is no further environmental damage, and in fact that the material which has been encapsulated remains encapsulated and stays out of trouble, doesn't find its way into the river or something along those lines. The construction project for the Depot Street project was recently put out to bid. We had a good number of qualified firms attend the walkthrough. There were at least half a dozen. And in the end, we were a little surprised, but we were happy. We got one bid, and it was from a local firm, a firm that we have worked with successfully many, many times before. That's Bernie LaRock and Son from Guilford, Vermont. So his bid came in at $365,050, which is higher than we had budgeted for 2 years ago prior to the pandemic. And that's going to be something that we hear again and again and again. So that we had about $300,000 budgeted for the construction. The construction contract was publicly bid and came back at $365,000. There was only one bid, but I guess what I would point out is Rocky didn't know that when he put his bid in. And, he was there at the site walkthrough and had every reason to believe that there could be at least half a dozen others that submitted a bid. So we feel pretty good about this bid. A project manager that the town has worked with numerous times, Steve Horton, has taken a look at the bids and thinks it's something we should grab with both hands and hold on to, so that we can get this project going, get the increased parking built, and prepare for the coming of the new Amtrak project. And so there are three things that the board is asked to do tonight. The first is to award a bid to Bernie LaRocque and Son for $365,000. The second is to award a contract to Stone Environmental of Montpelier, Vermont, and that is for QEP services, estimated at $17,000 and change. I've got it here, $17,451. And then lastly, I'm sorry for this, but I think it's necessary if we're going to move forward with this project at this time. The funding for this entire project comes from an appropriation from town meeting a couple of years ago in the amount of $250,000. In addition to that, the town sought out and received a Vermont Downtown Program grant that was not fully funded. And so when we began this project, we began a little under budget. The idea at the time was, well, hopefully prices will come in under budget and we'll be able to successfully manage the project in a way that keeps it under budget. That clearly hasn't happened. The construction went out to bid, and as you see, it went up by $65,000 over budget. So in order to prepare for and move forward with this project at this time, we would need an additional $99,250. What I'm suggesting is, in keeping an eye on the performance of the general fund, it is clear that we are going to finish fiscal '22 with a surplus. And what I would recommend is that the board make a supplementary transfer to the capital fund in the amount of $99,250 in order to provide sufficient resources that we can get this project underway and prepare for a modest but important riverfront redevelopment.
Great. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Yes.
Board, any discussion? Liz?
Well, I'm in favor of all three elements. I think, as Patrick said, this project is very important, and this allows for appropriate parking and the new train station, which is super. I'm particularly pleased for motion number 2, potential motion number 2, because I think having environmental oversight of this project is key to assure ourselves that it's being done in a professional and safe manner. And that leaves us with item 3, which is also necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Further discussion? No. Yeah.
Just an aside, because it's not necessarily part of this project, but I sat on the Union Station Committee when the original project came through. It's really sad that that building can't be saved, but I'm sure it's in such poor shape now that you wouldn't be able to do anything with it anyway. But we did put in extra funding to put the conduit to bury the wires. Now, I haven't been down there and really looked at the wires, so I'm not even sure what might be needed. I just want to point that out, because if Amtrak is putting in a new station and that whole thing is being redone, if there are wires that need to be buried, we should be burying them, because we put $75,000 into the budget to be able to do that.
Do you want to speak to that at all, or? I'm not.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't sure. I'm not quite sure about which wires being referred to, but
we've got some conduit down there.
But we got some conduit.
And
okay.
if we have a chance to use it, we're going to.
Yes, great. No, good.
I just think this project in general anticipates the rail station, and that our Public Works Department is on the ball in identifying whatever utility connections need to be made.
Yeah.
As part of this, to lead to the next, to lead to the next.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I would just say, in the third proposed motion, the authorization for the transfer of the 99,000, that's 99,000 to help make this project possible, which is going to help make the Amtrak project possible, which is, how much is the Amtrak going to cost the town of Brattleboro?
Zero.
And how much does it actually cost to build?
Between 5 and 6 million.
So I think that it's money well worth spent here to help make that project happen, and pretty soon too.
Very soon.
Yes.
And they've been great to work with.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to come visit the board soon.
And I'm very excited about that too. Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
And we can't wait.
Yes. Excellent. So seeing no other hands, I think I would entertain a motion. Or 3 motions. Do one at a time? Or do them all 3? Sure.
I think we should do all 3, and I'd be happy to read them.
Cool.
Okay. I move that we award a bid in the amount of $365,050 to Bernie LaRocque and Son, Inc. of Guilford, Vermont, for the reconstruction of the Depot Street parking lot. And I further move that we award a contract to Stone Environmental of Montpelier, Vermont, for qualified environmental professional oversight of the Depot Street parking lot project and to produce a corrective action construction completion report. Do you want me to give the amount?
Because there's a couple of variables, we would award a contract, and we have an estimate that it's
Very good.
17,000.
And I further move to authorize the transfer of $99,250 from the general fund to the capital fund.
Great. Liz has made a motion to award a bid in the amount of $365,050 to Bernie LaRocque and Son, Incorporated of Guilford, Vermont, for the reconstruction of the Depot Street parking lot, for the reconstruction. Yeah. Further, to award a contract to Stone Environmental of Montpelier, Vermont, for qualified environmental professional oversight of the Depot Street parking lot project, and to produce a corrective action construction completion report. And finally, moves to authorize a transfer of $99,250 from the general fund budget from the general fund to the capital fund. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes 5-0. So we move to the last warned agenda item, which is the committee vacancy warnings. And I don't actually recall exactly how we've done this in the past.
I recall
Sort of
what
read
used to
them.
happen
I
is
might need some help.
Peter would say, hey, do you want me to do it? And I'm going to say that we don't want Patrick to do it because he's presented for the last 2 hours.
So I'm happy to do it unless another board member would like to.
I think Jessica should do it with the theatrical voice.
Jess, would you like to?
Just read the committees and the number of vacancies?
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
I can absolutely do that. Can I make a comment first?
Oh, for sure.
So these are challenging times, and I know a lot of the circumstances of these challenging times make folks feel like they don't have control or that their voices aren't heard. Committee work with the town is a fantastic way to have a voice, to be in a process where things get done, where you can be creative and where you can shape change. It is a wonderful experience, and it's a great outlet for energy that may perhaps on social media get expended and spun into a void of nothing actually happening. This is where things can actually happen. So,
thank you for
with
that.
said,
Oh, they'll be
I have a more
clamoring.
prosaic comment, which is literally just to read this. That most town boards and committees have staggered terms, with some members' terms expiring on June 30th of each year. Thus, every June, the board announces vacancies on virtually every town board and committee. To fill current and upcoming vacancies, the board will be asked to make appointments and reappointments at the June 21st, 2022 select board meeting. So,
there's a really easy form to fill out on the town website for these positions. The Agricultural Advisory Board, there are 4 vacancies. The ex officio non-voting Agricultural Advisory Board, there are 2 vacancies. The ADA Advisory Committee, there are 5 vacancies. 3 of them need to be filled for this committee to start meeting again. The Town Arts Committee, 3 vacancies. Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Board of Commissioners, 2 vacancies. Cemetery Committee, 2 vacancies. Citizens Police Communications Committee, there are 3 vacancies. At least one of them needs to be filled for this committee to continue meeting. Conservation Commission, 3 vacancies. Design Review Committee, 1 vacancy. Design Review Committee Alternate, 1 vacancy. Development Review Board, 2 vacancies. Development Review Board Alternates, 3 vacancies. Energy Committee, 3 vacancies. Fence Viewer, 3 vacancies. Hazard Mitigation Committee. 1 of the vacancies is for a planning commissioner, 1 is for a select board member, and 2 are for community members. Honor Roll, 3 vacancies. Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood, 1 vacancy. Planning Commission, 2 vacancies. Recreation and Parks Board, that's a fun one, 1 vacancy. Senior Solutions Advisory Council, 1 or 2. Traffic Safety Committee, 1. Sorry, Daniel, can you explain what that means?
There is a Chamber of Commerce representative on the Traffic Safety Committee, and so one person who's representing the chamber needs to put their name forward.
Awesome.
Or more than one.
Sure. All right, there's a Tree Advisory Committee. That's a fun one, too. There are 2 vacancies. There is 1 vacancy for a tree warden and 1 or 2 vacancies for Aware of Coal.
Great. Jess, thank you for that very spirited reading of the committee vacancies. So yes, please get your applications in for that. They can be found on the town website. And if someone had a question about like more of like what the role of one of these committees was, would the best way for them to find out more information would be to contact the town manager's office, or?
That's a good recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, if you got questions about any of these, feel free to contact us, and we'd be happy to present you with more information, or even better, put you in contact with somebody who's on the committee who could tell you about it. So, there's no action that needs to be taken on that. So what we're going to do now is move to the final agenda that's was not previously warned, but to kind of remind viewers who have maybe stuck with us all this time, we made a motion as the first action of the Brattleboro Select Board meeting tonight to add an additional item on the agenda because of its time-sensitive nature, and to give a brief explanation as to this, I'm going to turn it over to Bob Fisher, attorney for the town of Brattleboro.
Thank you. So the town received a notice of alleged violation of the open meeting law by Mr. Robert Oesser. I believe that came in Friday. And with regard to that, he was alleging that the town, in moving to go into executive session, did not state or make a finding that premature public knowledge would place the town at a disadvantage before then making a second motion to go into executive session. So we reviewed that on Monday, and pursuant to Title I, Section 314, upon receipt of that, the public body shall respond publicly to the alleged violation within 10 calendar days by either acknowledging the violation and stating its intent to cure it, or stating that we've determined that there is no violation. Okay, so that, number one, was the reason why you added it to the agenda today, because of the time sensitivity, because your next meeting would be more than 10 days from when the town received that. So the first item would be a motion to acknowledge the violation. I'd just like to speak to that because when people will recall that when the town moves to go into executive session, the board member making that motion is actually reading from a bit of a checklist that has been made up. I don't know the origins of this checklist, but I believe it was back in the 1990s after a case that went to the Supreme Court, Trombley versus Bellows Falls, wherein the court stated that you need to have a finding of premature public knowledge placing the town at a disadvantage before entering into executive session to discuss contracts, labor relations, grievances, litigation, communications with town attorney, those items which are listed in Title I, Section 313A1. Of note, you don't need to make the finding of premature public knowledge placing the town at a disadvantage for executive session items under Title I, 313A 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 10. For those items, you can just make the motion. I move that we enter into executive session, for instance, to negotiate a real estate purchase, disciplinary matters, clear and imminent peril. Those don't require a finding of premature public knowledge. So at some point, the town came up with this checklist wherein the town believes that it was trying to cover two things in one motion. So it reads, I move to enter into executive session to discuss, and then you could check contracts or labor relations. And then it says, where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the town or the select board at a substantial disadvantage. Then it goes on to say, invited into executive session are the following folks, okay? So the statute reads that a public body may not hold an executive session except to consider one or more of the following. And then number 1, which is the 313A1, says after making a specific finding that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage, and then lists out contracts, labor relations, etc. That's the A1. The League of Cities and Towns recommends a two-step process because of the word after. And so the first motion, as the board actually did today in going into executive session to start the new process, is to first make the finding, a motion that you find that premature public knowledge would place you at a substantial disadvantage, and to simply state what the topic of the executive session is and why it would place the town at a substantial disadvantage. And then the second motion is, if you've made that positive finding, then to go into executive session. So to the extent that this one checklist, trying to push it into one motion, doesn't work, the town tonight is going to acknowledge this violation, if you will, to the extent it's a violation, and specifically say its intent is to cure that by going and using the recommended two-step process that the League suggests in its frequently asked questions concerning open meeting law, okay? So the first motion would be to publicly acknowledge that and state your intent to cure it. The statute allows you up to 14 days to cure the violation. From my perspective, you don't need to wait that 14 days, and the idea would be to hit it right on the head and do it tonight. And it allows you to cure the violation by ratifying the action taken in executive session, which would be, I think Mr. Oesser mentions 3 specific dates. For that matter, if you want, you can ratify all your prior motions to go in, for the reason that, especially dealing with contracts, that if you were to discuss that in open public session, you would be losing your competitive advantage in the negotiation process by talking about the specific terms in public. Essentially, your negotiation strategies, things like that. And adopting new measures to prevent future violations, which is implementing the recommended 2-step process. So my advice to the board tonight is, 1, make a motion to acknowledge the alleged violation and your intent to cure it. And 2, don't wait the 14 days. Take action tonight, cure it, ratify it, and adopt the process moving forward of the 2-step process. Last, I would note that Mr. Oesser is urging that the curative action would be to revoke or your issuance of the contract to Golden Cross. I do not believe that that is needed. 1, because that was actually done in open session, and anybody here had the opportunity to debate that, ask questions, etc. And number 2, there's actually case law that even if a body fails to comply with the curative provisions of the open meeting law, it does not preclude a town from ratifying the actual actions taken. So there's several cases involved where the action taken, which was the award of a contract, that's not revoked. It's if you ratify going into executive session, that ratifies that contract essentially de facto. So, sorry that was long-winded, but I'd rather the board hit this head on today. Mr. Oesser brings up a good point. And we're happy to move to do it the way that the league suggests. I would venture a guess that any town that probably makes a finding of premature public knowledge places you at a disadvantage, that the second motion is always a yes after that, but I suppose it could be no, but we'll implement that 2-step process.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bob, for that. I think it's really good for the board to understand. I think the way I'd like to do this is have a little any discussion that we have in public discussion on the first motion. We'll make the first motion, and then we'll move to the second motion, and then have any discussion on that. So, does the board have anything on the? So the first motion is going to be what's the language? To acknowledging the letter from Mr. Oesser with the violation. So I'm not sure if the board has thoughts. I've got a quick thing, but no.
On number 1 specifically?
On number 1, yeah. No. I would just say that I appreciate Mr. Oesser bringing this to our attention. I think anyone who knows me personally knows that I care deeply about process and ensuring that we are following our statutory duty and following the advice of the leagues of cities and towns to the best of our ability. And so Mr. Oesser showing that we can be doing this process better, it does great credit to him, and it helps us that we can now improve this process moving forward. And I can ensure that future chairs will use an executive session structure that more reflects our statutory requirement and also follows the League of Cities and Towns suggestions. So I also will say that I believe this error is an error in form and not an error in substance, and that our actions taken to move into executive session were absolutely for contract negotiations that would have put us at a severe disadvantage had we discussed them in the public, and that is a right we have under the statute, which Bob read, that we are allowed to move into executive session to do that. Now, ensuring that we're warning that effectively is important, and this is going to help us to do that better in the future. So I think at that, I'll look to the public, unless the board has any thoughts now. No? Is Bob's hand up?
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me there?
Yep.
See me? Okay. So thank you first of all for that presentation and explanation of the statute, Attorney Fisher. And I should say I'm Bob Oesser, if you don't know that already. And secondly, I would apologize for filing that notice or filing that letter on a Friday. And I was working off of my own internal deadlines, and I had forgotten that there are other deadlines I should have been conscious of at that time. But I'm trying to get it in by the end of the week. So I apologize for that. I just wanted to highlight some of the explanation that flows from the statutory language. And first and I know this is in the letter, but for those people who are listening, it may also benefit. But I think it also serves to underscore the importance of the language. And in the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, in their FAQ, it does say that they also recommend that you provide in your motion as much, and I would underline this, as much information as you can without giving away the details that necessitate the executive session. So there's, and I don't know if it was in this memo or in possibly in a legal memo from another town, where the notion that there's a balancing act that needs to go on in terms of what information is disclosed and what information really needs to happen in executive session. And then Mr. Fisher mentioned the Trombley case, and in Trombley there's similar wording to that effect, that it's not unworkable for a public body to make a careful analysis of need before deciding to go into executive session. So that word in the statute of making a finding is not simply a word, but a process of making that finding. And then Trombley goes on and says, in fact, in the absence of a case-by-case determination, and again, I would underscore that, in the absence of a case-by-case determination, the legislative policy of openness would be frustrated by the impossibility of describing in categorical terms. And those categorical terms would be, the wording of the statute again. But it frustrates that wording in the statute without being over-inclusive, that what is permissible, what are the permissible subjects in executive sessions. So there is an exercise of judgment that needs to go on, and I'm not too sure that that's being underlined at this point, and I'm not finding it in the minutes of at least the 3 occasions that identified when contracts were discussed since January of 2022. And so out of those executive sessions maybe came some work product, and that work product was then a final work product that was then discussed in open session. But going into those executive sessions, there were, shall I say, more discussions of policy, of if the board has a responsibility to do X, how is the board going to do that? Are they going to use a vendor? Are they going to use some other mechanism other than what we've been doing for many years? And how are we making those decisions? Those decisions are really process or policy decisions. And I would submit to you that they're not matters for discussion in executive session, but matters for discussion in open session. The example that continually is given in the material that I've read is the monetary issue. That if we're going to hire a public relations person, then we don't necessarily want to say in open session that our not to exceed amount is $50,000, because that bid that will be for a great deal less than that. So we're not going to give away that hand. But in terms of whether we're going to use one service or another, that may be a policy decision. And now we go to the specifics of why this is important. And I think it's important because we've come up against a wall here with how we've made a decision to do ambulance services. And I can't even find out from the minutes, quite frankly, when it was that anything was discussed, because the minutes are not clear enough to give us that information. In the memo I gave you those 3 examples of contracts were discussed. What I didn't give you is that there was one other where I think it was a personnel matter was discussed. And in that one, there was a reference to the statutory language. No more, just the reference to the statutory language. So I wouldn't know from looking at the minutes when it was that you looked at this and how it got decided. So I submitted to you in the letter, and I say this not to belabor the point, but for those who are listening who may not understand or have read this letter, that, and I'll take number 2 first, that in the interest of transparency and to attempt to repair the harm done by not following the open decision-making process, the board shall provide a clear account of how it made the decisions on ambulance services. How did we get to the point of actually publishing a contract on April 15th, I believe it was? So I believe part of the cure is to really be transparent of how we got there. And then I would submit to you that if in fact this is an important piece of the law in terms of openness in executive session, that any decisions that were made by the board on those contracts for ambulance services, that they are void. And I guess I should say that in another case that I did not cite in the letter, that someone had pointed out to me, that the court had said, and this is again the Vermont Supreme Court, had said that any contracts that are done that are, and I apologize for the language, ultra vires, outside of the law, outside of the process, then ab initio, from the get-go, from the beginning, they are not voidable. They are, in fact, void. It's sort of like the civil, I guess, analogy to the fruit of the poisonous tree in the criminal process. So I think, yes, part of the cure is to acknowledge it. Part of the cure is going forward to do business differently. But I think going back and being open about how we got here and to look at the fact that we really have a situation where we have a contract possibly, very possibly, that's void. And but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bob. Attorney Fisher, do you want to speak to?
Just with regard to Mr. Oesser's last point, clearly in the statute and the case law, I'm just reading from a citation, this section does not provide that actions taken in violation of the law are void. Okay, so clearly, if you have a violation of the open meeting law, any action that you've taken in open session is not void. Okay, if you're, I still am recommending exactly what I've suggested for acknowledging it and stating your intent, and then stating what the cure will be by ratifying your prior acts, which what you're ratifying is the reason going into those executive sessions and the why. Okay, so the why is the strategy that you don't want to give away your strategy. And let me give you an example. Let's say you're going into executive session for collective bargaining. That's one of the items in A1. And you say, all right, you say 3%. We think we should have a 3% raise. That's where we're going to end at. And you might say, but do we start with that? Do we go and do we start at 1% and move up over the course of the progress of collective bargaining to 3? Or is your strategy to say, no, we're going to go 3%, and when they say it should be more, we're going to say 3%, we're going to say 3%. So those are the things that are discussed as far as strategy among board members. That would be a great disadvantage to discuss those in open session, because then you would have board members, because you're acting as a board as a whole. If you discuss that in open session, then the other side would be playing off one select board person against another, okay? So I agree with Mr. Oesser and the case law, and that's why going forward, what you're really saying is why. Why is the why to the premature public knowledge. So, and that's what you need to have in that finding. So the ratification of going into these executive sessions is you ratifying that it was important that you're making a finding in those particular instances that premature public knowledge would place you at a disadvantage because it would circumvent your ability to talk strategy and things like that. So I agree in that part of what Mr. Oesser talks about with regard to the concept, but I don't agree that any of your action taken in open session in awarding the contract to Golden Cross is in any way void.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Fisher. Yeah, and I guess I would speak to the only other thing is the other curative action that Mr. Oesser brought up about that wasn't one within the statutory language. You know, the board's considering the statutory cures that are provided a ratification of a decision or a nullification or making void of something that came from that, and that's what we're considering. And with our legal advice that we ratify the decision to move into executive session for those meetings identified in Mr. Oesser's letter, for the very reason that we were discussing EMS contracting for the town of Brattleboro, and prior public knowledge of that discussion would have put the town of Brattleboro and the select board at a substantial disadvantage in making that contractual decision. So, yeah, I think, I understand that this is a lot for the board to sort of digest. So is there other questions now? Or good? Yes.
Dora Bubalis, Brattleboro. It's been very clear to me from the beginning of this whole thing that policy discussions were happening behind closed doors in an executive session. There's a difference between contract negotiations and discussing change of policy. And these policy discussions were happening way prior to RTM. Could have been warned. RTM had a big major public discussion about whether you're going to do change of service. Even if the contract negotiation, this has been talked about, like apparently part of the fire department transition, this has been ongoing. So if it's been ongoing, then why hasn't it been discussed publicly about changing service? So in the very least, you guys violated the spirit and the intent of open meeting law. And I agree with Bob.
Thank you very much. Spoon?
Spoon agave. Hard to imagine a town not having a policy or a protocol, a operating procedures in which it contracts for services to get the best possible service at the lowest possible price. And it was pretty clear that we probably were not getting, as you all know, as almost everybody in this town knew. I sat on that board. I went through this stuff year after year after year. It was always sketchy, whether we were being charged properly. So there was more than enough reason for the town to ask Rescue to tell you what is its policy, how does it charge us? And they didn't. And at the same time, it becomes apparent that this is a service we can provide for ourselves just as well, even better, I submit, because of it's a lot higher turnover up there because the town pays better, has much higher esprit de corps. It's accountable, as I have spoken about publicly, if it's under the town. It was just such an obvious no-brainer. And to save, I can't recall in all my history with the town of changing a contract and saving $500,000 a year is, I can understand how it was practically a no-brainer. And then we find that the brouhaha that erupts around town is all about everything but the $500,000 that we save and should be saving. It is your fiduciary responsibility to have done what you did. And but all this stuff is about how this heartstring stuff, like we've loved you for 56 years and look at the good work we did, but never, not one comment, not one opposing idea even suggested that in fact it wasn't the proper financial fiduciary thing to do. And so when Mr. Oesser sent me a heads up of his action, and at first I thought that, oh God, now we're going to get involved in this whole. But the more I thought about it, he's right in the sense that this entire issue is about transparency. The transparency we did not get from Rescue. And yes, I probably the board should have found some way to speak up and be more clear about why it made the decision it did and try to get the town debate back on target, or on point. And however, you didn't, and so we're here now. But so I think it was, as I've stated, it was easily the proper decision, and whether you want to revisit it or not, in any case, I do hope there is more transparency if you do want to go back to it. And I don't feel you should, but if you do, just give the town the financial information. Everything about it feels right. And I'll leave it right there.
Thank you. And just state your name for the record, Spoon.
Spoon Agave.
Thank you very much. Brattleboro. I'm going to look to the, yep.
So the first hand up was from Carolyn Conrad.
Yep.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. Carolyn Conrad, Brattleboro. Sorry, I'm in a little bit of a dark hole here. So the discussion here, to my understanding, is not whether or not this was a good decision or a bad decision. It is whether or not the select board followed the spirit of the law and the statute and of the leads of cities and towns and how transparency is supposed to work. And as a Brattleboro resident for some 25 years, I will admit that I probably don't pay as much attention to the select board as I should. You warn of meetings. I can't say that I often look to see what's going to be discussed at the next meeting. And perhaps that's my fault as a citizen. However, in looking back through the agendas, it was not clear to me as a resident of Brattleboro that a decision that had been made and ratified at a representative town meeting, a contract that had been effected by the town manager, the previous town manager, was going to be upended. I found out just a few days before the select board meeting that this was going to be discussed. I was not able to be at that select board meeting. I did reach out to a member of the select board and tried to discuss. That was not successful. And I think the issue here is that the reason of the statute is in place is so that decisions that affect policy are transparent to the residents of the town who put our faith and our trust in the members of the select board to represent us. And the fact that this change of course was not transparent, whether it's a good decision or a bad decision, that's not for us to debate. But it was not transparent to members of the community. And that is the essence of Bob's letter and his complaint, is that because that transparency, which is why the statute was written, was not faithfully followed, the decisions that came out of that are suspect. And moving forward, I think that the select board needs to consider the trust of the community and what this lack of transparency does to that trust, and weigh that as you look to what the cure is, because the cure is bigger than this decision. Now there is a feeling of discomfort that there were discussions going on. And again, perhaps, we should all be much more diligent, but we put our trust in you to be diligent and let us know when there are issues that we need to weigh in on. And to my understanding, our representative town meeting had already weighed in on this particular decision. Again, we're not going to debate whether it was a good decision or not. That's not the topic at hand. But I believe strongly that the select board did not meet the spirit of the law. And in that case, they need to take into consideration corrective action that reinstills trust within the community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, CC, and it's nice to see you.
I mean, are we going to address any of these? Can we?
Absolutely.
I need to just point out something, and because there is a common tale going around that somehow, and Cece, I invite you to watch more of the select board meetings, because I think if you watch some more, you will find how diligent actually we are in trying to inform everyone all the time. And I want to correct something, because you did say that at RTM somehow was approving the specific ambulance service. That is not the case. The line item on RTM and the charge at RTM is to approve a line item for ambulance services. That amount was set by the current year's amount that had been agreed to in the previous contract. That contract was ending. Okay, so I can assure everyone, and this speaks to what Dora said too, that somehow people think that, not to mention the fact that RTM is pretty much set a month or more before RTM happens. But the letter that we received, which I would call the catastrophic letter that set everything into motion here, was received a week after RTM. And I don't know how many times I've had to say this to people, but you can't change time. You can't just make up a story that pretends that we had prior knowledge that we were gonna receive an incendiary, that's my word, letter, that set this that set this action to change ambulance service contract to Golden Cross into motion. There wasn't any discussions about this beyond, yeah, we're working on it, about the contract coming in, that's coming up for a renewal for Rescue Inc. Until a week after RTM occurred. So anybody looking for, I can assure you that we were talking about many things, but they weren't ambulance contracts. And I'm sure all of my board members will recall that. So I just want to push back on this idea that somehow policy discussions were happening. What you do have is a long-standing a simmering policy discussion that has been going on for, as you guys know, as everybody here knows, for arguably over 20 years. And when this letter was received, again, a week after RTM, it set off a series of events where we're looking for a better partner for Brattleboro going into the future.
If I respond to that?
I'm actually going to give the rest of the board, CC, an opportunity to speak to your comments first, and then we can have you back up again, because I've got multiple hands. I'm not sure but can we have Bob first? Liz?
Sure.
Just with regard to facts too, and this goes to both speakers, when you look at the agenda items and the administrative report for the meeting with regard to the rescue decision, it has a full explanation of EMS contract. It cites Town Manager Manali's memorandum, and that was discussed in open session at that meeting. So if people want to look at what was the open debate, look at who spoke or didn't speak at that meeting. And then you can see that on BCTV. So for people that say it was not transparent, there is an agenda item, there's an administrative report, and yes, prior in that meeting, the board did go into executive session to discuss contracts. came out of executive session and then voted in open session and allowed public comment. So if people weren't commenting on that at that time, you know, they had the opportunity. So I think that gets, again, maybe I'm going far beyond what the actual issue is for tonight with regard to acknowledging a violation and an intent to cure. For purposes of moving forward, I think a lot of the notion is if you're going to go into executive session to discuss contracts or collective bargaining, you need to say why the premature public knowledge would place you at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Liz, yep.
Thank you. I want to go back to Spoon's comments, and I really appreciate them. I think it wasn't $500,000, it's more like $200,000, but the purpose is still real.
Yep, I can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry. Your amount of $500,000 wasn't correct, but the spirit of that, of your reasoning about the money being saved by this and it being obvious, I definitely agree with. But I also further want to say that all of the information that the select board used to decide this contract A over contract B, is public information. The letter that Tim refers to can't be stressed enough as being a significant factor in our deliberations. And when I saw that letter, I immediately researched its truthfulness with town staff and found it to be seriously wanting in truthfulness. And our response to that letter is also a matter of public record. And I also think, you know, today I revisited what each select board member said in determining their contract reasoning. And it was all very sound and thoughtful, and I appreciate everyone's perspective in making that decision. And therefore, you know, what we did was we went with contractor B instead of contractor A, and that's contract deliberations. We discussed them, and then we decided on them in public with a great discussion about it. So everything that we used to make our decision was public. That many newspaper articles chose not to report on them is not a select board element. We all, on the record, publicly decided gave our decision-making process to the community, and I'm sure we all stand behind that reasoning. And that can be revisited. The letter from Rescue Inc. can be read. Our response to them can be read. And everyone can determine themselves that the decision that we made was sound.
Jess, yeah.
This is actually spurred by something that Tim said, or sort of unsaid just a moment ago, which was you said the policy to, not the policy, to go with Rescue Inc. Because we don't have a policy in place that says because of this 56-year relationship, we must contract with Rescue. Right? There's never been a vote or a public discussion and consensus. Am I right in saying that there was no formal policy around that?
I think you could just say that every 3 years when we renewed the contract with Rescue, or however many years the contract was, that during that renewal, just like when we made our contract with Golden Cross, there was an open meeting where that contract was voted in by the select board that was in, at the time. And that would probably be the discussion that was had.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel.
Are you finished? I'm sorry.
Good.
Yeah. One thing that was made by the last speaker on, one point that was made by the last speaker on Zoom was that our actions somehow kind of undid a contract made by the previous town manager. I'm not sure if she's referring to Peter Elwell or Yoshi Minali, but I'm at a loss as to kind of understand why there's that thought out in the world. This contract that is due to expire on June 30th was a live negotiation in the early part of this year. There wasn't a contract that was signed by Peter Elwell, certainly, for this coming period. So I just don't understand why that is out in the world, and I just want to kind of speak to that because it's wrong.
Okay. Let's, Cece, do you want to take a moment to respond? And then I'm going to move on. I'm going to keep you brief, though, because I'd like to move on to the next speaker and just keep the conversation moving.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the timeline of events is seen differently depending on which parties you talk to. I know that Peter Elwell had met with Rescue and had agreed, at least in principle, that the contract made sense. I also know that the outgoing town manager made some claims that they would only allow, he would only allow Rescue to continue for no compensation. And because that conversation happened in person and not in writing, there's been a lot of dialogue about the impetus from the letter from Rescue Inc. And essentially, my understanding in reading the letter was that Rescue is saying we can't provide services for free. And so is to address the policy change, no, there was never a policy that Rescue was going to continue. But when you have 56 years of history, it is understandable that the public would expect more discussion about moving away from that legacy contract relationship than, we're going to hire, person B instead of person A. Also, I think the Yoshi, I'm so sorry, is that his name? He even said in the public meeting that he wasn't sure his numbers were right. And so we're looking at, yes, there's been a tension between Rescue, fire, town, private ambulance versus public for many years. But even Yoshi admits that, he doesn't know that his numbers are right. And my concern is you have two ambulances covering Brattleboro. Brattleboro is a major thoroughfare. We have a population of 12,000, but we have, say, another 15,000 who come into our borders, so to speak, every day to work. We have the population, traveling up and down 91. We have a huge responsibility that two ambulances can't cover, in my opinion. And so when I talk about the trust, it is that both sides are not being transparent, and both sides are, problematic. There's no one who's blameless in this scenario. But the fact that you approach changing a relationship of that many years, whether it's a good relationship or a bad relationship, it feels to the community of members that I've talked to that, well, it wasn't a written policy, it was the policy by happenstance, and that there would be more discussion for changing something so significant.
Okay, thank you very much, Cece. Let's move on to the next online hand.
I just want to ask a question. It's pretty late, and I want to make sure that we are kind of staying on.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a hard time being quite sure what is being on topic and what isn't. I think you're right, though. We need to. We're talking about kind of the executive session and the warning of the executive session and contract negotiation. So it's kind of broad, but I hear your point. Is that kind of what?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's it. I just, I understand why people would like to kind of rehash a decision that's already been made, because there are some people that are unhappy with that decision. But, at this point, we're discussing an allegation of an open meeting law violation, which, I don't even believe we've actually taken the action.
We haven't taken the action
yet.
Yeah? No, we need to make a motion and vote on that. Yeah. Sorry, did you have more?
No, that's basically it.
Yeah, okay. Well, why don't we hear from the last couple of people in the public, and then we'll move forward with the potential motions.
So the next hand is from Franz Reichman.
Okay.
Good evening, Franz Reichman. I live in.
Hi, Franz.
Hi, everybody. So I think the board members who have spoken up are right. There are two issues being discussed here. One is legal, and the other is political. The two issues are linked in Mr. Oesser's letter, in that he requests a specific cure for the legal matter, and that cure that he requests is that the decision be unmade. Now, I have no problem accepting the town attorney's explanation of why that's not possible. I mean, fine, we can go to court and hash that all out. But the political issue that's underlying this whole event, this whole discussion that we're having here at almost 10:30, is that it's really hard to say at this point that, oh yeah, things went really well with regards to our hiring an ambulance service for the coming year. It's really, people are very unhappy about this, and I'm not exactly unhappy with the outcome, because some of you know that for 7 years, I was the medical director of the Cheshire County Emergency Medical Services System. So that it's not as powerful a position as it sounds, but I saw very close up firsthand how things work on the other side of the river. And it's very much a municipal system run by the Keene Fire Department with another private contractor in town who they had a good working relationship with. So I get it that this can work very well. The potential system that you guys are going to be looking at for the next year. I'm fine with that. But to my way of thinking, there has never yet been a public accounting of what happened that blew up into this whole thing. Why did that happen? And what can be learned from it? That's what I would like to hear. And, it just would be really worthwhile in terms of reassuring the unhappy segments of the population, which I think are quite substantial in number. If they could just hear that, well, here's the timeline. We had negotiations of some sort last September where there was general agreement on what would happen, not binding, but a general sort of approach. In February, there was this event where the new town manager basically told Rescue, well, okay, you don't want to give me the numbers? Fine, then the number is 0. And then nothing happens until the end of March when the incendiary letter arrives. And then nothing happens until it's too late to make any decision other than going with Golden Cross. So why was there such an apparent breakdown in the negotiations for a long enough period of time to make further negotiations impossible. That's the kind of information I would like to have made public. And I'm hoping there's some process by which that can happen, because I think until then, these questions are just going to keep resurfacing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franz. Really appreciate it. Who's the next?
So the next hand is Robert Oesser again, but
So we'll go after him.
The next new hand is Marta Gossage.
Yep.
Hello. So in an attempt to be brief, I've tried to make notes while other people were talking. So I'll just try to read what I've got. Initially I was upset at the news of the EMS change. I now understand the decision. One of my most important understandings, as other people have mentioned, is that this catastrophic letter that changed everything came after RTM. Once I understood that single fact, a lot of this made more sense, because the letter, obviously, they knew that we had 60 days after a termination to file a plan, which made that the town only had like 5 weeks to come up with an alternative. And the letter contained defamatory and kind of extortion-y clauses. But the first communication being a press release before the idea of change was talked about or was voted on officially was a problem. The manner in which the topic was introduced and explained was less than what the community in this town expects. I've read all the articles in the paper, was in attendance at the meetings at the firehouse, the next select board meeting where the vote was taken, read the transcript of the second select board meeting where this was discussed, and had conversations with over a dozen other people who are aware of various parts of this. However, some of us as private citizens have been trying to put together a timeline and discover historical issues that we were completely unaware of. I still don't know what the source of the historic hostility has been on the rescuing side. I still don't understand if the town ever engaged the chair of the rescuing trustees for more detailed financials and books, which, granted, should have been provided proactively and offered rather than alluded to by rescue. But much of the reaction to this change could have been mitigated or ameliorated if the narrative or story or information behind this decision were offered proactively by the select board. Open meetings are the right place to do that. If it seems as if the decision is being completely rehashed every time the topic comes up, it's probably because of confusion that many here are talking about. I want to thank Chief Howard and Yoshi for being available to talk at length and answer lots of questions. To me, private citizen, don't know anything about anything, but they were completely approachable and offered to talk as long as I wanted, offered to explain different issues. They were completely transparent and available to the public. After watching Chief Howard's presentation and having a good conversation with him, I feel he's been an example of the kind of transparency that we as a community expect from our town government. So again, I'm talking about the non-legal, non-policy parts of this open meeting law, but I think that what I'm speaking to is what others have spoken to, the spirit of open meetings. And I just hope this is a learning experience so that any other decisions that come out like this, we as a town and whoever our select board is when those issues come up will then be able to introduce these ideas to us during open meetings rather than a surprise press release that doesn't explain the issue. Again, just so that we can learn from this so it doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you very much, Mara. Really appreciate it. Who do we have next on?
So next is Kate O'Connor.
Yep.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Well, a second person contributing from once in the room, once on Zoom. Great.
Hi, everybody. I want to bring us back to what Bob was talking about and go back to the executive session piece. As you know, I was on the select board, so I totally understand the concept of talking about contracts in executive session. And I have no problem with how that happened. The issue I think Bob is raising, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that, on April 11th, and I'm just going to read this one sentence, there was a press release that went out and says, after careful consideration of various options, the town will be shifting from a private provider to a joint fire EMS service. So I think the question is, when did those careful considerations happen that made a policy decision from going with contracting to Brattleboro Fire Combo EMS? So I think, to me, I don't question you folks talking in executive session about a contract and coming out and voting in public about a contract. I think the issue is, did this careful consideration happen in executive session? Because none of us heard it at all until we learn about this press release. So that, I think, to me, is the essence of what Bob is talking about, is the use of executive session for things that should have been a policy and public discussion. So that's where I'm coming from. I have no problems with the contract. It's where did we get to this policy decision when there was no public discussion? And if that happened in an executive session, that should, you can ask, Bob Fisher can contradict me, but that's a policy decision that should have been talked about in open session. So it's 10:30, so I'll shut up and let it get going. Bye.
Thank you very much, Kate. Does anyone speak to that, or you want to just keep moving?
Paul, want to speak to it?
I might just offer that I want to remind everybody that switching ambulance services in this case changed. It enabled the town to be a willing partner to any of these such changes. So to say that we actually made the decision to go is not true. As we made very clear in the last couple of meetings, we're going to make a very deliberate move in that direction because we feel it's right for the town. But the change that was made simply was made because we felt we had to make a change to an alternate ambulance service. And by the way, they are also going to be a cooperative partner to enabling us to get to where we think we want to go. And as we all acknowledged, if we don't get there, we don't get there. But the impetus to change was not about going to fire EMS. The impetus to change was we have to change. So,
yeah, Liz.
And we have to change contractors.
Exactly.
And I think it also gets lost that we're the town and we can hire contractor A or contractor B, and contractor A sends us a nasty letter. So we go with contractor B.
Okay, anybody else? Just Bob?
Yep.
Okay, so let's have Dora first. And these are going to be the last two, and then we're going to move forward with it. And I'm going to ask you to keep this brief because you've had an opportunity to speak on this before. And honestly, what it really is the interpreters who have been going for a really long time.
I totally get that.
So thank you.
Dora Bubelis, Brattleboro. I just want to counter a few things that have been said, particularly by Spoon, who isn't in here right now. He may think that when he was on the select board for the 1 year he was on the select board, that this was a big topic of discussion. But I was on the select board for 5 years. We discussed this about rescue once, and it was looking at the budget, not service. And it was actually a lengthy sort of dialogue between rescue and us, and David Emery was the chief of, the fire chief at the time. And there was discussion. David really wanted to try to have the fire department respond to the closer calls to the fire department and have rescue cover the other ones. And that was sort of made to be, that wouldn't work. They also did look at the budgeting about whether or not the fire department should do ambulance service. And as I've stated before in public meetings, it was at best a wash. and at worst, the town would lose money. That being, that was at a time before the new fire station had been built, and so they didn't really have room for ambulances anyway. And it also, they hadn't been moving, they only had, a few EMTs, and they hadn't been moving towards the paramedic EMS, so that was also part of the consideration. So any issues that may have been occurring, and I can't say whether there were issues between rescue or the fire, were handled by staff. It never came to the attention of the select board as it should not have. So I'm not sure what Spoon's talking about. And I also just want to point out that you guys heard from publicly several former select board members. Between them, probably 40 years of experience and history, couldn't be more disparate in their politics, their approach to governance, personalities, even their beliefs in public participation are very different. So Dick DeGray, Kate O'Connor, myself, Greg Warden, and Pal Borofsky, who wrote a very good letter back in the beginning of this whole thing. I just want to follow that. I want to make sure you're listening to the fact that there's a lot of people who don't believe that you are saying that that letter was the impetus for this policy change, that there were things that were going on behind the scenes before that, that certain select board members certainly would have been aware of. So the question is, when did those policy discussions happen? And what, why wasn't there public meetings about it? And it's not transparent. Yet, understand, people don't believe you. So give us a timeline. Let us know what happened.
Okay, thank you. All right, Bob, Oesser, you've got the last word on this, and then the board's going to take some kind of action.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to repeat.
Very briefly.
Thank you, very briefly.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Very briefly. 3 points. Bob Oesser of Brattleboro. Mr. Spoonagave may be on the opposite side of the substantive issue than I am, but we're on the same side of the issue that I'm raising because he was able to articulate in an open meeting the differences between the money and the service and all of that should have been discussed.
Okay.
Point one. Point two. Liz McLaughlin talks about the letter. And the letter was dated, I believe, March 25th. But we know from what we can glean from material that as early as January the 18th, there were movement on the ground. We know on February 9th there was. We know on February 15th. So that's why we're looking for a timeline to be clear as to what was happening when. And to Kate's point, her question has not been answered because as she quotes from the press release of April the 11th, there were careful considerations. So when were those careful considerations done? And with that, I rest.
Thank you very much, Bob. So does the board have any other discussion on this matter at this time? No? Okay. In that case, I would entertain, let's do the motions in two parts. Daniel's got the first.
Sure. I move to authorize the town manager to send a letter to Mr. Oesser acknowledging a violation of 1 VSA section 313 and 314 and to indicate the board's intention to cure.
Okay. Daniel's made the motion. I'm just going to let them stand for sake of time. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 So that carries.
Let's do the second one if it's well.
5-0. Yeah, please.
I move that the board ratify its actions taken to enter executive session on March 15th, 2022, April 5th, 2022, and April 19th, 2022, to discuss contractual issues on the basis that discussing the contractual terms and the town's strategy in negotiating the contract terms would clearly have placed the town at a substantial disadvantage, and B, state its intention to use a two-motion process to enter into executive session to discuss topics listed in 1 VSA Section 313A1.
Great. Thank you very much, Daniel. Daniel has made another motion, which I'll let stand for sake of time. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that carries 5-0. At this point, and I'm just going to look to Attorney Fisher. So the board is going to move back into executive session based on the two motions that were made at the beginning of the meeting. Should I make the motion again now, or does it stand on the one?
If you're going back into executive session, I would make a new
excellent
two-part motion for that. Just for clarity, because you had the executive session before you came out of it, and so now you're going back in. You should make the two motions.
Yeah, and this is a perfect
opportunity to
show
deploy the new
procedure. So in deploying the new procedure, the first motion is that I move to find that premature public knowledge regarding the mutual aid agreement, mutual aid would clearly place the town, I'm sorry, I'm having to remake this motion anew. So I move to find that premature public knowledge regarding mutual aid would clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage because the select board risks disclosing its negotiation strategy if it discusses the proposed items in public. So I've made the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The second motion, so I move that we enter into executive session to discuss mutual aid with, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss contracts relating to mutual aid under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A1A, and invite into the executive session are the following: interim town manager Patrick Moreland, Len Howard, and Chuck Kier. And I don't think Bob needs to be. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Obviously, with that new motion structure, I need to practice it a little. But great. So in that case, we're going to make have a discussion and make no action, and then conclude.